And here's to hoping everything is, everything works.
Yeah.
Pause feed so I'm not downloading the video. Boot up the other one. Hopefully everything is good today. Boy, Saturday we had uber dropped frames on Saturday. My God, it was crazy. And so far right now we are at 0. So anyway, there's that. And welcome back everybody to another exciting adventure of Factorio Uber production. No game does Uber production quite like Factorio. Factorio has a production scale that not a lot of other games can match. On the factory size, like I know Assembly Planter had an exponential growth, but you only ever had a tiny little plot, right? You had to make do with that. This you can scale your factory to whatever scale you want and whatever scale your computer can support. But here we are on the way to the 1,000,000 science per minute factory, which we're going to largely accomplish via quality and productivity. If you want a rundown of the mods that we're using, the majority of which are in the very first stream. Like for the first half hour of the first stream, I cover sort of the design or the goals of the stream or the goals of the game, and then the mods that we're using. Some of which are customized by me in order to achieve the goal. My cat is picking now to meow like crazy. And some are just rebalanced to be a little bit more useful. But yeah, right now we're sitting at roughly 166 science per minute, so not quite the 1,000,000 that we're going for. And today we're going to go for some rapid progress. We've been kind of grinding through the planets. We did 2 streams on Novice here, getting Novice like fully maxed out in terms of the science packs and getting everything going. As you can see, we have a science setup here that's ready to be scaled up, right? I built this so it's like we are going to scale this up. And basically trying to manage this to allow us to get to that 1,000,000 science. So today I've already got in the end of last episode, I did the capturing of the nests, and I culled it down to just 1 nest. I culled it down because we didn't need 5. You don't need 5 to start. You need 1. 1 to get going, and it's really easy to manage. And you just you put a bunch of defenses around it that are filtered, and you just hope for the best. I even have a backup rocket launcher back here that's got capture bots in it. So if this thing ever ran out of like bioflux, the thing would just launch and capture it again. And then the if there's a hiccup in the bioflux, it would just run out, and then it would launch and capture it again. And it would just do that over and over and over again until bioflux is restored. But yeah, you need to import bioflux from Gleba to keep this thing tip-top. Otherwise, it will decay and then revert back into a normal spawner, and yeah, that happens. As you can see down there, I've got Biolabs crafting directly off the eggs of this thing. But I only insert eggs based on certain conditions. And I've got that decider here. So this is a big decider, and I was having some issues with it putting in like one more like between the tick. There was a tick where this was taking and putting the 10th one in here, right? So like I had it gated around 10, less than 10, and so this thing, when this hand would grab this and put it into here, it would see that there's 9 in there, and then it would do one set of 5 eggs in here. The 10th would land in here. It would stop. So I would sit here with 5 eggs in. So I was I was scrambling trying to figure out how to fix that. And as you can see, I did a whole bunch of stuff, and there's 22 labs. Because I was I was trying to get that to work. But anyway, we have some biolabs to work with. I have a blueprint. Now, I was pondering. Again, I ponder a lot in between streams. I do a lot of pondering. And I was pondering whether or not, or another way to put it, how to handle quality science packs when that happens. What I would like to do is I would like to craft them normally using normal resources, push them through the system or push them through into their storage. From here, add another little factory, right, that then quality grinds them and then spits out the highest quality we have available. Right? So eventually we're going to have legendary. And then after that, mythic. Now, we don't need, I don't think, a super duper many of these. Because once we start getting quality, a legendary assembly machine is going to craft at 3 and an 8th speed by default. Which is way higher than what it's doing now. And then mythic is 5. It's a 5 speed, and then on top of that you can have modules, and it's just beacons and all that, all some sort. So I was pondering whether to leave a decent amount of space behind here for a little bit of a factory to basically strip these and like deconstruct and quality grind them, but they would only be able to do that with the base game science, right? The yellow, green, military, blue, purple, and yellow. All the other ones have to be done on other planets. So I don't think I don't think we need to do it here. I think what we'll probably end up doing is having a train-based system where we have the sciences being made and quality ground, and then a depot somewhere offloading like legendary or mythic. Because I don't want to mess with quality until we get to like legendary. Like it's going to be just a nightmare of quality just scrambled everywhere. And it's like, no, I as much as I really want even an epic, you know, or something akin to that. Like I don't want a mishmash of quality stuff around in 5 different planets. It's just too much to manage. So I've got a blueprint here. Oh yeah, let's talk about how this is wired up. Is the Gleba shuttle okay? The Gleba shuttle apparently has run out. Gleba, what's the dealio here? Why are you slow? You're just slow. I guess it is. It's just it's just slow. Because we're grinding out. So if we do the math, 166 science is roughly 10,000 science an hour. I did the math last night when I queued up all the research. 10,000 science an hour. And the research we're currently on is 38,000 research. So this is almost 4 hours of research, right? And then I queued up, this one was 57,000, right? That's almost 6 hours of research. This one is 64,000. That's almost 6.5 hours of research, as well as this one. So I queued up way more research last night than we could ever possibly have done overnight. So not surprisingly, it's not done yet. And not surprisingly, also, Gleba Science is woefully behind because we haven't ramped that up at all. All right, so the other thing I did, as you may have noticed, we have a lot of wiring going on, and I've been playing around with a way to not be so locked into ag science research once we get to like the infinite uber research. Because what I found myself doing in previous test worlds was once I started delivering ag science, even with the refrigeration mod, right? Once I had it going and on the belt and in the labs, I didn't want to not do something with ag science. So I would only do ag science research, and I would be locked out, or I would lock myself out of all of the other researches that are infinite, like steel productivity, blue circuit productivity. Those don't need ag science. So I would not do those and do ag science based. So I'm like, we have the refrigerator mod, which allows you to extend the life of the ag science. But what about the stuff that's on the belt? Because yeah, this is a tiny little setup for this research, but when we get the biolabs going, the setup gets much bigger, like much bigger. So there's a lot of ag science on the belt, right? There's a lot of it. And so how do you manage that and minimize the waste? Because if you do a bunch of ag science and then you do a bunch of like non-related science for ag, then that ag science is just sitting on the belt. And possibly just turning all to spoil. So potentially thousands of science packs just evaporate up in smoke. And so I was like, let's see if we can tweak this. And so what I did is with that sweet new mod that we added, utility combinators, right? This mod is I love this so much. This thing outputs a signal based on what science packs are required, right? And there's even math you could do, right? So the little info circle, that's percentage complete of the research. This little stack size is how many iterations you have. And the T, I believe, is the time. I think it's the time in ticks per cycle, right? So simple math, you could do like stack size and then multiply that by the I, right? The percent complete. Or you could do 100 minus I and then multiply that, which is how many science you need. Oh, we just got another delivery of ag science. So it's like you could do a lot with that. But what I did here is I'm just, again, doing a lot of experiments and ponderings, is I output when I need ag. So this is like ag is required, and the percent complete is less than or equal to 98. So as soon as your percent drops below, like as soon as it hits 99, it stops putting science on the belt. Now, what I wanted to do is I wanted to do the math, and I wanted to have a little bit more complexity here, where instead of just being a flat 98%, less than or equal to 98%. I wanted it to be like, I wanted to look at the actual stack size times like, or whatever I needs to be like 400 science, right? Whatever 400 science packs is to the stack size, whatever that tiny amount is, because obviously 98% means something different if you're doing a 64,000 science versus a 16 million science, right? That percent is not it's not going to be useful on huge sciences. So I need to think of a different way to do that. Maybe our resident circuit guru can work something out there. I don't know if I is fractional, or if it's rounded in the GUI, but it actually is fractional, because obviously a percent complete, you're gonna need a fraction of a percent in order to calculate like what that is, or just not deal with it at all, because this thing doesn't. As long as the inserter putting on the belt stops when we don't have any science to do, and then on this side, I enable this belt when we don't, right? When ag science equals 0, when we don't need science, this belt enables, and it basically returns all of the science back to storage for long-term support. Now, if the next science is also ag, then this continues, and it just is fine. The other thing is what I just added a couple days ago. Again, I have to sort of spread the wire connection. But again, when ag is equal to 0, I yoink out the ag science from all of the labs on the bottom here. And then all of these, basically, remember, this one stops, so this belt empties out. And then these yoink these out. And so it drains all of the ag science from the entire system and then pushes it back into storage. Right? And they all land here. Now, there's not a lot of space in here, which is why I haven't ramped Gleba up at all. Kind of like all of our others. Like, we have literally 200,000 science sitting in each of these. I haven't been able to do that with Gleba science yet, because obviously there's 5 rows in here, and I don't want to have many, many, many refrigerators. I'm waiting on the freezer, which has more. I think it's 1,000 slots, so we'd be able to do a lot. We'd be able to do quite a lot. Maybe not 200,000, but we'd be able to do a lot. The other thing I do is I am sending a signal with AAI signal transmission, which is a phenomenally awesome and useful mod. I would highly recommend everybody use it because it is so good. This allows you to send circuit signals anywhere. So I have literally a channel set up, Novice Science Stock, which is getting the signal from all of the warehouses, and it will soon have the freezer in here. But I do have the fridge wired up here, right? So this fridge is wired up, and also it's getting the crazy amount of bioflux that we have. I have to actually void bioflux. That's a complaint I have about Space Age so far. That there's no way to circuit disable requests. So every time this thing goes back for more science, it's also picking up more bioflux, right? There's no way that I can turn bioflux off via circuit condition. I would do that with the interrupt, right? If the science is low, go get science. If the bioflux is low, go get bioflux. Don't get both at once. But I can't. There's no way to do that. I have not cracked and found a way to be able to uncheck these boxes circuitly. Yeah, it's a word. So what this is a receiver that's picking up the same channel, Naviscience stock. So I am getting via this how much science we have on the planet, right? It's getting just all the sciences. So in my interrupt here, I am saying not only are we out of it in cargo, right? Cargo is out, but also the circuit condition is less than 500 of ag science, right? So that means the ship itself will drain out and just sit. It will just sit until the planetary science gets low enough to where a round trip coming back would likely fit, right? I wanted to make sure that it fit in that refrigerator. So another set of 4,000 science comes back. The entire chunk of it goes down to the planet. And then it will just sit again until it's low on science, not only on the ship, but on the planet. And that's the way that I've found to not have the damn ship sitting in orbit with thousands of science on it with nowhere to go. Right? It just sits and then expires, and then it goes, it'll expire, then it'll go back to the Galeba, fill up again with a bunch of science, come back to the thing, and just sit and expire again. Again, trying to prevent it from doing that if I'm doing research that isn't ag. So that's kind of what I've been experimenting with. So what I want to do is we want to take the science setup, rather than go down here and build it from down here. The big important place is going to be this spot right here. This is where the freezer is going to go. And so I want to base a lot of our science system off of this spot here. These can come up, but this I want as close to the main start of all this as I can, because the less amount this has to travel, the better. And you can even have this ag science have multiple outputs and have, every line of biolabs, you could have a separate feeder line. So that way it all gets blasted and it doesn't have to snake all the way through. That's what I was trying to prevent. But I have a little bit of a biolab blueprint here that we can start using, and we want to give ourselves a little bit of. I don't want to snuggle up too close, so we're going to give ourselves a little bit of space. Like right in here. Oh, the biolabs are coming. As long as they're not a quality. No, they're not quality. So these things, for one, have a higher base research speed, right? So these are base research speed of 7. These are a research speed of 3.5. So we're already doubling our speed, as well as the science pack drain is only 50%. So the other thing I want to do to this blueprint is I want to integrate, in some way, shape, or form. We're going to wait on modules until we can get Mark IIIs, which is what we're going to Fulgora next. Okay, so ag science up here, I don't think I want ag science up there. I definitely don't want it here. That would be a really bad place. I want to try to figure out if there is a way. I think we could do a return down here. Okay. I wanna get one of these ready so I can copy and paste. And then we can do. Let's do a red wire. Like that. And then we are gonna have a inserter there and one there. We are gonna have a filter of ag here. We are gonna have these things wired like that. This will put on the upper. This will put on the lower. And now I should be able to copy just this line. Oh, let's have them grab here. And grab here. Oh. Enable when ag equals 0. Enable when ag equals 0. Okay. What? Go. Now, what we want to do, these can get shuffled and moved. So what is the order we have? Red, green, military, blue. Red, green, military, blue. Purple, yellow, and white. Purple, yellow. Oh, look at that. It's in the exact same order. White, and then we're going to have ag. So we're going to take all of these, put them there, put this one down here. And these two can go back. Right? It doesn't really matter where any of these other ones are. And it looks like all of my... It looks like all of these lost their long hand, or their grabby hand, long-handedness. That's unfortunate. This one, this one. So yeah, if you load up a vanilla game, or if you accidentally click on the blueprint in a vanilla game, and you don't have like smart inserters on there, it loses the mapping. It loses the data that is used to edit all the inserts.
It should be rare, but do you have handling for spoilage?
That is a good question.
I do have a way you could handle it, but it'll take some reformulating. So right now you have where agricultural science pack equals to 0. Instead, I would remove that and then do set filters on circuit condition. So basically, you would reverse. You know, if ag science is being used, then change it to a 0 rather than
I see what
1.
you're saying. Yeah.
And then you could pass in spoilage always.
Right. Okay. Okay. So instead of enable disable, you would set filter.
Yep.
So uncheck that and just set filter. You want to copy and paste that again.
Certainly.
Because I map the arrows, so it's, I just need to just copy the line again and just paste it down.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we want all of these to get power. Get rid of the damn. Okay, now we want to bring that red line in. Okay. And as a temporary measure, we can have the egg sign right there. So we'll put a fridge there. We have to wire it in, right? We have to wire it in. We can grab that, which is ag. Good. And so this can now be mapped or be run into there. Okay. Now we can load that in fine, but we don't really need right now. We're not going to really ramp this up too big right now because we're already going to be able to basically quadruple our science. We're going to minimally double it, but it's kind of, it balances itself out. It's twice as fast, but consumes half as much. So consumption per minute is still going to be the same. And we don't want to go too crazy with the consumption because it would throw off all the things. So what do I want to do is I want to essentially disable the delivery. Oh, no, let's not take that out. Delivery of new. And we can drop all of these in here. Here. And then we're gonna cancel this and this and this. I need it to consume things and stuff. Okay, so we're gonna grab in all of the research or all of the ag, right? It drains all the ag out of the system. Okay, so now we have this here is going to be our master switch right in here. So this thing is going to be obviously outputting all the science things. And then OS, we're going to want a constant and a decider.
Yeah.
Okay. Constant, we're going to want spoilage. Decider. Well, how do we want to do?
I think there's a not command. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm thinking like the whole percentage thing down here is not going to work. The way that I did the percent where it shuts it down is not going to work because 1% of 16 million science is so much science that the belt would drain out and there would still be a ton left of science to do. So that part is not going to work. I do have what did I do with this S here? S8. I'm trying to remember what I did here. Oh, right. This is a let's see if Oz can figure it out.
I wasn't really sure what you were trying to do.
So, because I'm not using a loader to unload the science onto the belt, right? I'm not using a loader because I didn't need a full belt of science because it just gets to the end, right? And you got a full belt on here and none of over here. So what this does is it sets the stack size of the inserter, because what was happening is it was unloading, but the stack inserter requires it at least have 4 or 8, right? It's a multiple 4 in its hand before it will drop off onto the belt. So it would sit here with like 3 science in it and just sit, right? It wasn't doing anything. It would just sit with 3 science in it. And so what this does is it essentially detects how many science is in the chest, and if it drops below a threshold, right? If it's greater than 8, it passes along S equals 8, which is the stack size. If it's less than 8, it overrides that and says S equals 1. And if you look at this, set stack size, control signal is S. So as soon as there's not very many science, it just outputs 1. And that makes sure that it dumps it all on the belt. And then, you know, most of the time it just runs around and goes right back in. But it makes sure that that inserter does not just hold, you know, 3 in its hand that then expire. And then it's like, I mean, I know it's 3 science. I know it's trivial amount of science. But it always bothered me when that happened with the ag science. It just always bothered me. So I was just tinkering around one night. This was like last night or the night before. I was like, oh, I wonder if there's a way to fix this, right? And of course, in Factorio, there's a way to fix everything. So, okay. So, as this drains out, it's going to drain out. We are going to need to probably manually drain it, you know, the old-fashioned way, and then drop all of the gubbins away, because all of these now can go away. I'm just trying to be very careful with what I right-click in here. It can all go wrong. And I've also converted most of the base to green belt. Everything except the western giant mining. So the big trunk line of ores, that hasn't been converted yet at all. But the base, both sides of the base, the bus, it's all been converted to green. It was thousands and thousands of green. I am. Oh no. Let's we drop those. Purple, blue, military, red. Okay. So this basically, like, we're gonna basically copy this, and we're gonna have this up here. We're gonna have a red line coming from here to the input. We're gonna have a stack inserter here with a green input or set stack size. We're gonna grab the bag out of here. So there's actually something in here. This should read S equals 8. Yes, indeed. Oh, you got even all the labs. Sweet.
Yep. Figured I'd grab those two.
All of this. Oh, turn off my box. And the labs we can then use to upcraft into biolabs. Oh, there's already a little crafter for that. All right, all of that can go away. Now, let's get this squared away as quickly as we can. We want this. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Is this max distance? Oh, that was actually. I just hate the little power symbol. So this belt here, we're gonna have to bring back in. This is gonna have to move like down. Because this has to come back. This is our return path. And then, oh, we just got a whole bunch of science coming in. Excellent. So for now, I didn't really leave myself much space here, did I? I can move that thing a little further out, maybe at some point, but anyway, we're gonna have to redo a little bit of this when we get the freezer. So this we want outputs, so we can have this coming here, this coming here. Outputs we want spoilage. Oh, can we not? Do we not do that?
Should be able to. I think it's not showing the output signal because there's nothing to output. So as soon as you connect a red or a green wire to the output, it should work.
I don't think so. Yeah, it should have shown the output. The problem, it's not outputting anything because the condition hasn't been met. It only outputs when the condition is met.
True.
So we have to then remove that and then wire that directly in, right? And then that is going to be always outputted, right? So this is going to be like always outputted. And then if we connect that to there, you can see that is going. And then this, if ag science equals 0, output ag science 1, right? And then that should add the ag science. So that is now taking the spoilage signal and the ag science symbol, and it's good to go, right? And it only happens if ag is equal to 0, which means we're not doing ag, which is the case right now, which is why it's outputting both. So then we have, what do we do about spoilage? Well, we can bring this back. We can put that there. We can say, hey, filter out spoilage, because we actually have that right over here.
Won't you need something on the refrigerator for spoilage, or does it last so long that it'll never be an issue?
Well, it doesn't. Well, the freezer, once the freezer is there, the freezer is pretty much indefinite. Once stuff is in there, it usually, like, you would have to spend, it would have to sit in there for probably 3 months before you would ever run out, you know, and that would just be because of rounding errors, basically.
Yeah.
But as
Alright.
it is, the fridges, it would go bad eventually. It would definitely go bad eventually. But the other thing we want is we need this signal coming in here as well. Okay? Because we need this to be enabled when ag is greater than 0. Okay. So, and that signal is coming from this thing only. I don't need any of this other gubbins. I just need this signal coming in here, and only put this ag on the belt. When we need it. And then this actually sets the stack sizes. Right. So it's good to go. This should be good. I'm not going to put a filter on this in the off case that, well, yeah, we want this to be spoiled first. We would definitely want the spoiled stuff to go first and get chewed up. Okay, now we need to route all of the things. And we have red, green, military. Right? So red, green, military. And then we want a space because reasons. Let's see. I just want to make sure we have enough. We have blue, purple, yellow, right there, white, here. Okay. The egg is done already. Right? And then we have the metallurgic. I mean, this can really get moved anywhere. Put it there. Get it out of the way. So metallurgic. Promethium, kind of want, let's do all of these. Flip them. Take these. Flip them. Right? Because that's metallurgic. The next one we're going to do is electromagnetic. And then we're going to do the cryo. And then we're going to do promethium. Because promethium is basically going to come out of here. Which is just like right here. So right, so this is going to be there. This is going to be there. There. Yep. I did count all those right. Okay, let's. Ooh, that doesn't have any power. Let's do some power.
Yeah.
These are good. All right. Oh, doubling this up right away, probably a good idea. And then now we can do this. So, what we're going to do is we're going to flip it horizontally. Give ourselves a little bit of space. Is that going to be good? Do all the belts then line up? I think we need to flip it vertically as well.
Yeah. Definitely need to flip it vertically, I think. Yeah.
All things.
Because yeah, rotating it would be similar, but it wouldn't work quite right.
So what we have to do now is ensure that we have a signal relay from here to here to here. There we go. And then it just is a matter the right way. There we go.
Yeah, that return belt makes it look really confusing. Brain's just like, no, it's wrong.
It's going the wrong way. Okay, and then just to ease my pain. All right, let's use some science and see what our new number is at. Oh, pretty colors. Taste the rainbow. Science is being done again. And of course, egg is missing because it's, it's not being run because we don't have any eggs. It's the odd one out. All right, we'll let this thing settle in. It should be twice. It should be 2x 166. So it should be like 322 something like that. $332.
Is that science per minute you're saying?
Yeah, I was looking at science per minute, but why is this happening?
Yeah, it's only showing 141. Oh, modules.
Well, modules weren't in the other one.
I thought they were in the individuals. Okay.
These have twice the research. Oh, we had 50 labs. We have 20 of these. There's your difference. We had 50 labs at half the speed of these. So we would need 25 of these to match the speed of the other set. Right?
Might actually want to do 20 per block. Because I imagine we're going to have quite a few of these blocks, won't we?
Yes. Yeah, once we have the big freezer, there's going to be more edges to pull off ag science, so this is going to have to be kind of refactored a little bit. Then we can have multiple lines of ag science able to be pulled off to multiple blocks. So this should have kicked on this guy again. Does he have... Okay, he doesn't have... Good. I was worried that he would just have 5 biter eggs sitting in here. Okay. So, yeah, we could do another block. The normal science, right? This is one of the reasons why you want quality science. Is it eats up less... It eats up less per belt, and that allows your belts to go longer. Because this stuff sitting on the belt isn't that big of a problem. So if we want to double this up again, what we'd probably want to do, Oz, is in the next block where we have this stretch, we'd probably want to do the side load balancers for each of the things except for the return belt. Because as you notice, if you guys are eagle-eyed, these would only pull off of one side of the belt. Right? Because it loops around. It's the same side of the belt that the inserters are going to pull off, so it's going to be extremely one-sided. And that would be the case if we wrap this around again and again and again as we go up the chain here. So it's like it would just...
it's always going to pull off that inner side.
Yeah, it's always going to pull off that side, so it's like having a little... Every once in a while, you'd probably want a side load balance, or a sided, I don't know what you would call it, inline-sided balance or whatever.
I always call it an even draw balancer.
Even draw? Well, that's a very good name for it. It's a very accurate name. Okay, so obviously we want more because this is not going to be good enough. So if we copy this entire set, right, and I'm going to go up 1, 2, 3. Before we hook everything up. Oh, that's a lot of belt. I think we're going to want to copy this, paste it here. Set that. Green it up. That way it's basically an identical copy. Do that. We have... This is going to be really icky. Be prepared for the icky. Let's... Bulk in the shuttle is like, oh shit, I'm out of stuff. Ran out of belt. All the things. So an even draw balancer. Yeah, right now I'm not going to worry about it.
Alternatively, what we could do is just put them into a chest and then have the chest like a limit so that it doesn't go below or go above 200, because then it would also restack them.
That is a phenomenally good idea. I like it. Did I leave myself enough room?
I think there's enough room for the turn.
Yeah,
just having trouble.
It would be like right here. It would be right there. You have to have 1, 2, 3, like that. And then one of these, like that. And then upgraded, of course. And then this doesn't need to be that. It could just be one of these and do, instead of that would be 200. Oh, not 2,000. No. Less than 200. And then we'd probably want to wire up the output to enable when everything, or no, when anything is greater than 20. That would ensure when it's spitting them out that they're stacked. Right? Okay, that's the return belt. Good.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's a lot easier to manage. Are we gonna? Oh, I think we are gonna.
Yep, it's close, but we got enough.
Oh,
Yeah, I must have went just a little too far. It's weird because I never did it with the ones when I was pasting them without the stuff there, but it's there and then I mess up.
so much belt.
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous.
Okay,
All right, I got AFK a little bit.
Make sure these are wired in. Good. Okay. Funny, we built this whole big setup and we're actually like less science per minute. We actually went backwards. Yeah, look at that. 7 hours to finish this research. Boo! It's you know, it is what it is. We are going to get this enabled. Might as well get these started. I think this one here is the ag science. So we're not going to do this on the ag science. I mean, we could. We would just need to make it a fridge. But again, we would have to then wire it up and then only put it on the belt, blah, 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 blah. What I want to do instead is we're going to break this right here. Right? And then basically try to snake it in. I think what we're going to do is take this away, put it up here instead. And then this can come up and over. Oh my. That's the danger. Unbelievable. Unbelievable when I do that. It's just like, I do that more often than you think. Just control click your entire inventory. You know, don't even worry about it. Okay, so in here, we're going to have this come in here and then go up. And that will be a different supply line. Looks like it looks like it made it back. Okay, so this then we can rotate, and that will enable ag science to be delivered up here. Now, when an ag science research triggers, it's going to need to be that's right. When this, we are going to need a return line. And then this. Ag equals. So this outputs. When this equals 0, it outputs ag equals 1. So when ag equals 1, this ag will equal 0. It kind of negates, it flips it, but what we need to do is then... Do I not have... Really? There's no freaking undergrounds? Nope, wrong planet. Come on. Okay. We're going to have this come back. And then this, we need to wire here. Oh, that was good timing. This, enable when ag equals 0. Right? Which means ag actually... No. Yeah, that's right. When ag equals 0, that means ag here equals 1. Which means... No. When ag equals 1. Right. Which means it's the same time these trigger. These trigger when ag equals 1. Because that's what this is output. When ag equals 1, this stops and this signal disappears. Which turns these off and it will turn this off. Which means we need, right, we want ag sign. Which means this can turn off. So we need this as well up here somewhere. This right here, and then there it is. Here, when ag. And then this comes out here. We have a single line to return. Why is there always stuff in the way? There's always stuff in the way. this to come down. We need this to come over. Up, in. There. Right. Fish. Okay. So. Now we can go to Fulgora. I already have the ship ready to go. I even have the Aquila ship ready to go. Right? The Aquila shuttle is ready. I redesigned a little bit of it. I even used some of the design tenets that we just enabled with the filters and the inserters to optimize a little bit. And I've got the ammo casting mod. I redesigned it with that, and is that much better? So much better. I can't wait till we get to the bigger Prometheum ships. That ammo casting mod is going to revolutionize. Revolutionize. It's going to be so much better. But the Fulgora shuttle is ready to go. It is ready, stocked with all the things. I have got pretty much everything we're going to need. So we want, I think, yeah, let's just go drop our gubbins off. 'Cause I don't know if Os discovered it yet, but I have a piercing shotgun shell caster.
I had noticed that.
Down, I don't forget where it was. Down here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. It's just kind of.
Yeah, there it is.
It's just kind of like, don't forget about me. Okay, let me
That's
go.
the exact.
Let's go drop our gubbins off. What's cool about that? You gotta make sure you turn your personal logistics off first, because yeah, otherwise, bad stuff happens. And you gotta make sure you put your ammo in there, because God forbid you have ammo on you go to space. Okay, but you can see all the gubbins that don't have things to, places to go. Okay, and then go to our rocket ships and travel to Fulgora shuttle. Oh, I've been looking forward to unlocking Fulgora, mainly for the tech that you get at Fulgora. The electromagnetic plant I've been waiting for to do anything with modules, revolutionize our circuit builds. The electromagnetic plant is going to be a phenomenal thing to unlock more tech. There's the OS. And Fulgora. Circuit condition. Yeah, I repasted the blueprint for the nuclear version of this, and it reset all of my destinations, which is fine because this is now the Fulgora shuttle. This was the colonizer, but now it's Fulgora shuttle because it's the only planet left that this thing can go to. So away we go. We could probably go a little faster. What this defaults to here. East. No problemo.
Yeah, with the physical damage tech we've got, we should be doing pretty good.
Yeah, the turrets are pretty damn efficient. which is why we've been researching. I mean, I've got this one going at 64,000. It's got 3.5 hours. But look at that. We're at 281 science per minute now. Not quite double, but we would need another 10 labs in order to be double. But, yeah, good times. So now it's only going to be 3.5 hours to finish. Instead of, it would have been roughly 6 hours. 5.5. And yeah, the Aquilo here, you need, it's further, right? The distance is twice as far, and you run into spicier asteroid. You run into bigger asteroids, which is why you need rockets. Which is why the Aquilo shuttle is beefier. And yeah, you need to. Reason I built it and got it up and running and redesigned it is I just wanted to give it ample amount of time to get ready, to build and back stuff with ice, all like calcite, iron, and just takes a while when it's sitting in orbit to pull in all of that, to make all of its ammo. With the ammo casting mod, the bullets did not take very long. The rockets still, took a little time, but yeah, the bullets, man, crazy how fast that was. The ammo casting mod is phenomenal. And it just makes sense to me. Oh, we're at full guard. So let's find the gubbins here. We want to drop the cargo landing pad, the thingies there. I want a thing of bots and substations, accumulators, one thing of brick, circuits, and a robot port. That should at least get me started. And I want to drop to the work.
Think it'd be clear to drop by now?
Just give me a second.
Sure.
So we spawn on this tiny little island. I like, it ensures that where you land, you have a lightning protection, but we need to find, like, wait for the lightning to be over. I don't want to get struck. Chromium, that'll unlock that. I thought it would. Oh no, we need to. Okay. We need to find a big landform somewhere. And I can't remember. Oh, wait, I need to find this.
Yep, this is I think what gives you the holmium.
Well, this unlocks the tech.
Yeah.
And bam, all the things. Recycling.
Oh yeah, this looks like a pretty decent sized land mass.
Okay. Go north.
I'll explore a little bit more. Ah, shoot, it ends a little prematurely.
Just wading through an ocean of oil. God, what would it take for a planet to have an ocean of oil?
Yeah.
That would be a little rough.
Not many smokers left on the planet, I'm sure.
Well, it's like the vibe you get is like this, whatever civilization was here, whatever they did is why there's an ocean of oil. Like they were naughty and bad, and got some light rods around. Protection. Oh, that landmass, that's a pretty decent size. I think this one would be a good one.
Yeah, the side one isn't all that great. That'll be good for accumulators. Oh, ouch! That one hurt.
Why I brought bricks with me.
Yeah.
Because I crafted up a bunch of light. It's just... and then we can, just, there we go. You have to get, I guess you have to get holmium, not from mining stuff, but from actual recycling.
Interesting.
So yeah, I just unlocked it by recycling. Okay.
Yeah, I think we have a winner for the island. This one here.
Oh. Ugh. Is there a patch of mine in this island? It looks like there's a little one.
There's some up here or down here, and then there's some
Ooh.
up above as well.
Ooh, there's a good amount. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
definitely have a wiener. Okay, go off to the side here and build the oven. This.
You know, I realized I'm a bit of an idiot for not thinking of this before. You're always frustrated with the energy production on this planet. We have free heavy oil, and we can just turn that straight into solid fuel.
Yes.
And then throw those into heating towers.
Problem is water.
Nope, don't need water for fuel. Just straight from solid into
but
solid.
the heating
Heavy into solid.
The heating towers heat what?
Oh. Yeah, the steam. Yeah, because there's no lossless way of doing that. Yeah, good point. We will get a little bit of excess, whatchamacallit, ice, but not a lot.
Just trying to create a little blueprint here. What I want to do is I want to get like a design for these, and I want to leave a 2x2 square because that's the upgraded version of the thingy.
The lightning rods.
The lightning rod. So whatever. Okay, now let's drop all the rest of the gubbins. And we have bricks, concrete, circuits, things. We have all sorts of things. Boxes. Lots. Those are very, very important. Those. Mining drills, of course. A little bit of important to this planet. Don't know if any of this stuff is. That's not. A few electric furnaces, because you never know. Beacons. Solar panels are like largely ineffectual on the planet, so we don't really need those. So what I want to do is I want to build a place for this. Then I want to sit here. This is going to be named Golgora Cargo Bay. Okay, now let the shenanigans commence. So we want to do a more final version of this. I don't mind if we spam the lightning rods. I don't think it hurts anything.
Shouldn't.
But I want to get a final one of these. I don't want to clutter up where this is too much. So one more on this side. This side. That corner. That corner. There's our pattern. And that I brought like 800 accumulators. So if that's not enough, then okay, let's see if we can't figure out a better pattern here. I want to build I want this to be a standard grid. So we have to do this and this. This is going to upset the balance of the forest, but we could build it around.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, move them up too.
Move them up to.
Yep, the grid for the substations. Because if you have one
then
there and then
it would
one
hit this one. We can move the cargo bays to like this.
Sure.
The pattern of that is not set in stone. We can easily manipulate that. So I'm not like we can take this one and this one, copy this, and say, hey, there. Right? And then we just put those there. Problem solved. Now we have a grid. So there, folklore done. Let's no. So this we want to copy, and I want to sort of edge the. I don't want to build the power center like in the middle of the base, because that would probably be. Can you go to Vulcanus and grab, just whatever cliff explosives are around?
Sure.
Because yeah.
It may not, they may not be right in the way all the time, but it's still frustrating to have that little bit that we can't make use of.
love the accumulator. Gimme, 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 gimme.
If we're running low on the lightning rods, I think if you do it every other one, either horizontally or vertically,
Yes.
it has full coverage.
Yeah. I am aware of that. It's just hard to do that in a blueprint or a copy pastable thing, because then you're like, oh, it's every other one, so now I've got to do I've actually have to copy two. And we have this block now, so now we can just copy and paste this entire block like above and just be like, all right. Okay, so with that, we can do... Let's look at the actual tech here, because I'm pretty sure this will guide us to beeline to whatever we need. So if we want to get to the science pack fast, we are going to need to craft some recyclers. Which, yep, there's a recycler. There's our look at that. Our first recycler. It's good to go. We want also we need a roboport over here. We always want a roboport right next to our cargo bay for the planetary stuff and things. Requesting, yes, that word. So there we have our first. Yay. Things. Okay. So yeah, if we got rid of this one, right, and we look, if we then copy this and paste it down here, we should still have coverage, right? That's what he's talking about, every other one. I think you could do like diagonally. If diagonally every one is done, then it's good. But that's too much for my poor little. So as far as this goes, we are gonna want a crafter here making these. We're gonna want a crafter making all the other stuff. Definitely are gonna want one substance. And grab some box. Whoa, that was fast. I put 50 bots in there and whoosh, stuff just appeared in my inventory. Okay, construction bots are a go. This we don't have any. Ooh, we don't have any. I didn't know copper wire. You can always go back and grab some of that. I did bring copper cable or copper plate, so I mean, we could just do like this, and just have a copper wire do like this, and there, and we have a pretty decent productivity on our copper wire, so this should be able to pump out you like a lot of copper wire. I'm not going to do any requests. I don't want to burn up all of our resources. I wanted to get these things started at the very least, so we can expand out. You just sort of expand out over and over and over again, and yeah, good to go. Look at that. Out of the 800 I brought, I have 10 left after building. Yeah, you use a lot of accumulators. You use thousands of accumulators on this. Why is
See,
there
it's
a
crazy.
wrench icon? Oh,
Some get
it's
damaged.
damaged.
Ah,
Lightning is merciless. Okay. So looking at the next things, if I can find them somewhere in here. There it is. We need to craft some. We need to craft 50 holmium plate. We also want to get more recyclers. Os, can you build the power grid up to the patch and start
sure.
setting up mining?
Extend the accumulators and everything.
Well, you're gonna want substation. You're gonna want whatever like this down here, right? So we have this substation with power or lightning. We have just a substation, and then we have a substation with a lightning, right? So if you
Sure.
just copy that and you just go up here, and paste it like this, and then like move that around, and then we just take that and say, hey, look at that. There's a vertical version of that same exact thing. Now you just copied these three. You just paste it. Paste it. Like so. At the very least, you're going to have a little bit of protection on the way up. And then we can work on... Probably want to do another line of that where we have the roboport, so I can get the roboport moved up. That way we can get roboport coverage. All right, and any and all scrap. Ooh, you found a lot of scrap. Excellent.
Yeah, I went down to the southern area and just
Ooh.
uprooted a whole bunch of buildings.
All right, we are needing to. Steel was one of the things we got.
We should be getting some steel. I'm doing a smelter for brick.
Yeah, that's neat. let's put in construction box in.
I'm gonna go get mining operation set up here.
Yep, just got the Roboport extension.
I'm gonna remove that one so that it doesn't get blitzed. Oh man, those are weird patches.
Ah. How did that? Okay, let's grab recyclers prototype here. Here. Okay. Oh. The one thing you can do is you could have these output into a chest and then have a stack inserter output based on a filter.
Yeah, do anything greater than
Anything
stack size.
Yeah, anything greater than 8, set the filter, and then that ensures everything is out. Which we can worry about that. What? Yeah, we can worry about that. You know, in version 2 of this setup. 6 to start. down. Whatever. I'll worry about that in a second. Okay, so filtering. I'm not really sold on any one plan. I just we can worry about nitty-gritty details. Worry about optimization a bit, but mainly I typically filter out by percentage. So if you look at your recycler, so I have a mod that slightly allows you to rebalance the number a little bit, right? So you can tweak with, you could just output 100% holmium ore if you really wanted, but I didn't, of course. So what I try to do is filter out by percentage first until you get down to like the dregs, and then it's just like all of it. So iron gear wheel, so we want iron gear wheels is number 1, then ice, then holmium. So iron gear wheels here, gears, ice, then holmium, right? Ice, then holmium. And then we want all of these basically go into these. Output left. And I'm doing this to kind of future-proof it a little bit. But here and here. Because if we have a second line coming down out of here, then we can filter coming off this way and then wrap it around. Push it right. So like this. This on the other side. Just go like this. Like that. That way everything ends up. But for now, we'll leave it like this. And then I don't. So you were mentioning maybe another way to tackle this, Oz, but you mentioned that like many days ago.
Yeah.
I lost the thread of what you were meaning.
Mainly the gist of it is do logistics based. All of these would go straight into a chest. That way you don't have to worry about stack size or anything. So passive or active provider chests. And then, the buffers would be normal. If possible, put it on an isolated logistics network. That way the bots wouldn't be coming from a long ways away.
It's really hard to do an isolated one because how do you then supply your factory if your thing is isolated?
Belt based.
If you're going to use belts, why not start using
belts? Because of stack size.
Yeah,
because
that would be a decent thing to test if we didn't have basically infinite belt stacking. But we're going to be able to stack belts higher than bots can move at once. Right? So we'll be able to move eventually we'd be able to move 20 things per spot on a belt. So you'd be able to move on a single belt square, a straight belt square, you can have 8 stacks. right? It's a standard. They standardized it now. You can have 8 stacks. So right now, with our belt stacking, we can have 32 things on a single belt. 32 objects. With infinite belt stacking, if we put that up to 10, right? That's 80 things on that belt square. There's no way a bot is going to be able to move that. A bot, I think, taps out at 11. 11 per move. And granted, a bot is fast and point to point. So, I mean, if you other than isolating it, I really don't want to isolate it because I just that's a headache all on its own. I don't think we need to isolate it, but if you want to try the bot based one for now, we can try it and see and just kind of see if it's good or not. I think we're going to still run into the same issue of chests are just going to fill up and it's going to back stuff.
It's also something we could just try offline.
Well, I mean, we try it at any point. Like, trying it is trying. So, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to get this up and running. Well, let's go this here.
We need some passive provider chests. I'll go grab some. Any other chests I should grab while I'm here?
Probably want a few warehouses. Probably buffer warehouses.
Sure.
We want to warehouse any of these items. Okay.
Oddly enough, I don't remember where we set those up.
Warehouses are down at the little mall by Green Circle.
Okay.
So if we want holmium, we need holmium solution. So we want I'm trying not to be cramped with this setup, so let's go here. Actually go right here. Holmium solution. Oh, it takes 2 inputs. So we want input water, output that. You're going to need a Western chest. 2 different things. Since this unlocked, we could start researching somewhere in here. There it is. Cancel that one for now. This has actually a chance to finish in my lifetime, so let's get that ready. So one is going to be holmium, one of the other is going to be stone, and I just happen to have an unholy amount of stone on me. So I'm not going to set those requests just yet. I do want to double this down. Well, let's leave us. Well, let's do that. That, and then plan on having a bacon on at least one of these sides, like right here, and that will do that, but I don't want to put it down yet because it takes a lot of power. And we want to get this started so we actually can start making, making the things. Let's put stone in there. The other thing we're going to need is water. So let's do a water melting up here. If you want to start working on that. We're going to give ourselves a decent amount of space for expansion of the holmium. Come down here. And I don't know if I brought any tanks, but we'll put a tank right here. Did I bring it? I didn't bring any. Go grab some. Let's grab you. Have a small. Dude, the tanks are in here somewhere. I just gotta find them. I've got them. That works. Yes.
The easy way.
Yes, the teleporters are definitely very convenient. Okay. So the plate down here can be done in a foundry, which is definitely how you want to do them. Which is why we brought some foundries with us. Because it's very, very nice. Right? So we want to do plate and plate. Like that. And future-proof it. Which means do this. Because these, right, you can put productivity modules in, but they have a baseline of 50% productivity anyway. So, and we've got research. Because productivity modules I made really bad. And so, yeah, this is going to be good to go. And we want to have these go backwards. Right? So these are going to come back. So I can build south with more, and then they'll come up and be used up on top here. I think we want to go away from there. Because we'll probably have this whole area over here on this east side will probably be power. So just an unholy amount of accumulators over on this side of the island. Okay, so like this is good to go. We want those and those. Well, should we stack these? I believe I brought a tiny amount of stacking. And then we probably want a nice beefy buffer warehouse of chromium plate, because this is going to be one of the main things that we get out of this. So we're going to want a ton of this. I think it stacks to 50. Oh, it stacks to 100. So this we're going to hook up and say when chromium plate is less than like 160,000. I want a little bit of an empty space in here in case we have to tear down something and we have a little extra. We have some buffer. That's good to go there. We have water, which means I can put the holmium ore in there that I had on me and get this started. Now, we don't have research isn't done yet, but as this gets done, we'll get productivity in here. And we'll have a little bit. Look at that. We have some holmium plate. We already have 16. Because these things are incredibly fast. So there's our electromagnetic plant. Glorious. So, the first one, you always want to build just one. Right? You want to build just one with this. So we want to do a request. Do that. We do not want holmium plate. Do we have any Okay, we have 50 blues. Okay. We have enough. Let's move this over. Now each of these is a spicy amount. It's 150 holmium. So these things are not cheap to make. Just so you're aware, make one with this and then use the electromagnet plant to make the rest, because you get a 50% productivity on this as the baseline. But we are going to need many, many, many of these. And can we stop requesting? And there's our first one. So we want these to be now where we build.
Should I just start building buffer warehouses up here in somewhat logical order, or do we want to kind of see how the base evolves before we try and set up permanent locations for them?
I mean, you could probably do a line of buffer warehouses over here for
Okay.
all of the
Vertically?
for all of the outputs of recycling, because we need to get this up and running. We need them.
Right.
We need the gubbins. We need the material now.
I'm gonna get the belts hooked up.
All right. So this is going to request only request for buffer. This is going to request stone. Request for buffer. This is requesting ice. Good. And I in anticipation of this planet, I researched ice melting productivity. So we're at 100% productivity on our ice melting. So that's going to be very helpful. Usually, it can happen where you run out of water on this planet, because there's a lot of places that you need it, especially like when it comes to the oil cracking. You tend to go through it a lot. Okay. So this we want 50. Well, let's just do 100 of that. We're gonna want concrete. We need, let's just do a stack. Steel. Get a stack of steel. We may need to craft some steel out of excess iron. And then that's it. Everything else here. We can put this into a buffer chest. With a limit on. And then I redid my triple one of these. I had to redo this blueprint because, again, they reset. Because the last time we played was on a vanilla game, and I don't know if I don't know why it would do that, but yeah, it kind of reset all of that. Okay, let's look at tech, and we've already got a little bit of productivity going on this, which is glorious. I mean, we're not quite at Uber production levels of the holmium stuff. But anyway, let's go. Yeah, these. So we're going to need to craft some supercapacitors to unlock the science, which, we need these for. And I think let's see. I'm trying to do this relatively fast. Okay, so we're going to need electrolyte solution, which is more stone, heavy oil, which is easy, and holmium solution. So electrolyte, we might have to do over here. I want to take this. I'm going to spread this out. Go here. Here. Well, what? Feeling lonely? Huh, cat? Feeling lonely? It's just in the way. Jumps up here. Cat, like, standing on my leg in the middle of my arm. It's not ideal. So, holmium solution for electrolyte. That's not unlocked yet. What is unlocked? What unlocks the electrolyte? No, that's unlocked. Oh, it's not in this. It's in one of these. Great thing about fluid in these is that they're pass-through. So you look at this, and you do this, right? You can see.
Great addition.
Except for electrolyte, because electrolyte output is a pass-through, but the holmium. Do this. Okay. Then we're going to need oil, which is I made pretty easy on this planet, or every planet, because I have the mod land pump, which allows you to use the pump anywhere. It basically removes the need to place it on a shoreline everywhere. You just put a which is it's just simple.
Not at all cheaty.
It just simplifies. You know,
Yeah.
if the ocean is oil, then there's going to be oil underground. Okay, and so we want
fertile logic.
we want a also need stone. Do we always end up importing stone? I think we always end up importing stone. We never have enough stone.
I think this planet has an excess of stone. I think we end up voiding some.
But where do we get it?
From recycling scrap. See,
oh, right. Okay. Never mind. Good. All right. This is good to go. We need the home solution. I don't know if we have a pump or not. Spit it. Then we want probably a tank here a ways. Go. Because this is used in many places. So we want a nice area that this can expand. So we have holmium that we can expand. We have plate that we can expand. We have electrolyte that we can expand. It's not ideal. We may end up redesigning this once we get like foundations and stuff. But you know, okay. Now we have. Do we get reinforced concrete from recycling? No, we get normal.
No, unfortunately not. So we'll have to have a reinforced. Yeah.
Okay, next is going to be the superconductors. Oh, we need a cracking. Which means water. Which means we need to tap into this water here. So let's do. I want to do the cracking. Simulate, just simulate it coming out of the oil. But we're going to need some water, which we can bridge that water over there. So we're going to have this, and then 2 squares away, we're going to crack heavy oil into light.
We'll need some light oil for rocket fuel as well.
Yes. So this water, we're just going to kind of bridge in here. And I just heard a weird noise. He does this every time. She just gets into shit. She's just like, I demand attention.
Yup.
Heavy oil. and I can research productivity on this as well. But we're gonna break the pattern. Double this up. You're asking around my apartment. Just like I hear bangs and like I hear just sounds of destruction happening, and she does not like it when I like does not like when I talk so much. And I'm not talking to her. She's very judgmental. Let's do there with the pump. Pipe, pipe, pipe. This is going to use quite a bit of water. This is a lot of water consumption. 120 per second of water. We have 80 production, so we are going to need many, many, many more of these. Now that's 160. This is 120. This is 4. So, yeah, doubling that up. But this is, it's made possible because I've got productivity. Otherwise, we'd have to double that setup. A lot of activity. Okay. So now we have light oil. Now we can work on the gubbins. So we need superconductors. These are every 5 seconds. 2 every 5 seconds. This needs 2 every 10 seconds. So for every superconductor crafter, we can do one. There's 1-to-1 ratio. Superconductor. So these, let's get set up. I'm just going to do like a small setup, and then we can ramp it up as we go. But yeah, this uses copper, plastic, and holmium. Which, we need more refined concrete. We want more.
I'll work on getting a setup of that done relatively soon here.
Alrighty. Okay, so this wants light here. Yeah. Ooh, these are going to be pass through. Okay, that's. I don't know which is pass through, which is there. Just like so. So we have 3 inputs, but relatively small numbers of them, right? 1 apiece. So I think that I don't want to share the belt, but I definitely want to do something like this. Do our normal pattern of gubbins like this, right? do extendo arms like that. Okay. And then the return, again, we'll go backwards. And put a stack. And these can be on the inside of the probably want these, because probably going to want these out as well. And these stack to 200. So when these are, we're going to do less than like 320,000. It's a lot. But remember, this is Uber production. This is the whole point of this series, is to go crazy with the numbers. Okay. So, copper plate, plastic, and holmium. Well, holmium is going to come from here. I want to use bots as little as possible. And of course, that's going to be there. So let's... here, and we're going to snake this right. Okay, that's holmium. The other two things we'll have to request. So we need plastic and copper. So copper plate and plastic bar. Now we don't really need to stack these over here. That was a massive amount. We don't really need to stack. Let me turn this off. We're gonna bring that up. This we don't need to stack these. This is kind of a waste.
Yeah, we shouldn't need that kind of throughput.
So we're gonna change this. Just normal, non-stacked. I still want the full belt, you know, so we can just keep on trucking. So this side will be the other super duper things, right? Super capacitors, because they use this electrolyte, and they also need holmium and circuits and batteries and all the things. So let's grab this set here. This is going to be these. There. Put that in line. So. And we'll eventually be researching productivity for all of them, right? Glorious. But, let's see. These are going to need 4 things in. So green circuits will probably want on its own belt, because it's 4 input. So we can grab a copy of all of these and place these properly. We don't need these. Right? So there's 3 inputs here. And then on this side, we'll probably have a green circuit in, and then the supercapacitors out. Right? So, that'll be 1, 2, 3 things. The green circuits will be here. So we'll have probably just match up the input, and then the output will be like this. And then we'll do inner belt like that. And then this one will be here with this one here. Okay. So these also need holmium, and they also need the thingies. It doesn't really matter. So that'll be those. And we're gonna want this, and oh, no, holmium can come from here. Well, we'll figure this out in a second. Holmium can come from here. So right there. We're going to share. We're going to share this. I'm trying to eliminate, you know, as much shenanigans as I can. These are going to be batteries. We have to bring these in. Be a lot. Batteries? Where are they? There they are. Okay. And let's dump these back in here. And these. Because these, I mean, these are a 10-second craft. These, you know, the holmium plate does not need to be stacked for these. So yeah, we're fine with this, and we don't need to stack batteries either. But you know, it doesn't hurt anything. They'll just. It's a short belt. They're stacked. Who cares? We technically don't need to stack these as well. So we could do this and this. Just so there's not 6 billion on this belt. Because we'll eventually probably... That's why I'm building this here. Because I want a lot of potential. And then the science... Science! Will come in over here. So we want to load these in here like that. Let's get some electrolyte run here. So I think the science also needs electrolyte. Which, you know, it is what it is. We can figure out a way to bring this out over here, maybe. This bank here doesn't necessarily need to be here permanently, so that's we can move that. But I'm thinking like the rockets kind of down here. Or alternatively, we could have vertically, we could have the rockets on this side. I try to put the rockets semi near science, so we could do science like on this side and have a tree for science, and then the rockets can be right here, because then, you know, everything is relatively close to one another, and it leaves a whole lot more room for gubbins and things. Okay. What are we waiting on in terms of... What are these waiting? Plastic bar. Okay.
Yep, so we'll have to start recycling some of the higher level, like the reds and the LDS.
Yeah,
I set a very high limit for the recycling. If you kind of see how I have it laid out.
50,000.
Basically, we're using... Yeah. I think eventually that's going to be a good number, but until we get a really big stockpile, it's not going to do us anything.
Would there be a way of... Let me just spitball something here.
Sure.
you're the circuit master. Okay. Do something like this and say I'm gonna set a star and I want 20. Okay? That star 20 means 20%. Now, is there a way of using that to dictate the stack capacity limit, right? So you have the advanced circuits is greater than 200,000, right? Well, that is a certain percentage of that container. But is there a way to then go over here and say decider here, and because this is red circuits, you could connect this to there. This could come in here to here, or maybe instead of a decider, probably an arithmetic.
I think I know what you get.
So you take
arithmetic.
you take this. Oh, this actually needs to come from here. Let's do that. Then we take the green from here to here, and we say, okay, input. We want reds multiplied by star? No. How would you do that?
Multiplied by their stack size, multiplied by star. I assume is kind of where you're
Yeah,
going.
I want to be able to have like this, say, okay, right now we want maybe 20% or even 10%, right? 10% of the storage we want until we start recycling. And then down the road, as we ramp up production or recycling itself, then we can update, we can say 40%, 50%, 60%, and we can have more and more in stock before we recycle them.
Yeah.
And we just have one place. I did something similar to this. Where did I put it? On Gleba, right? If you look at Gleba, I did this exact same thing, or a similar thing, if you look below the rockets, on the new, I've been prototyping a new setup here. So I've got this star on the side, and that says 8,000, right? That is controlling the deciders on how much science to keep in stock. So rather than set the stack size, because I had this stack size, this 8,000, there are several places in here that exists. And I would edit one and then forget about the others. And I was like, I need a way to have a master of that and be like, all right, so like the insertion of bioflux into the thing is also gated behind. And this is gated behind. And this is gated behind that. So rather than, having to set that value everywhere, I just have this constant combinator, and I can just set this, because if we get like higher level, if we get better quality refrigerators that hold more, right? Mythic quality refrigerators hold 200 stacks. So if we get to that point, I can replace all of these with mythic refrigerators and literally like just set the stack size and be like, instead of 8,000, I want 50,000, right? And it's just like, give me all of the thing. And that way I just have one place to set it, and it cascades through all the settings. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. If you think of a way to do it that's maybe not a percent based, maybe it is just a flat like number of stacks. Just after after a certain amount like of each of these, then we can recycle them back. But yeah, we're gonna need like the copper cables. We're gonna need a definite like green circuit setup. So we're gonna need to recycle gears earlier than copper cable, right? So gears are gonna have to be recycled. We already have 16,000 gears. we can start recycling those to get the iron out and then make greens with the copper cable and stuff. So, I was just like, yeah, we having a lot in storage, especially like down the roads, we're going to want a lot of blues for the rockets and stuff like that. But right now, we need the gubbins to get started. We need to start recycling some of these now so we can get the plastic. Because right now, we're locked behind having no plastic. We need plastic.
Yep, our primary plastic is going to come from LDS most likely.
So, do you have a plan for the buffering of secondary recycled materials? Because we're going to need a buffer for greens, for plastic, for
those
copper
will mostly
plates.
Be up here. And just stretch upward.
Well, you want them near the recyclers. If you're gonna push, you're not gonna have a secondary recycler set up, because that's what I would do. Honestly, I would not push this stuff into the. I would keep the primary recyclers. That's all they do, and then you'd have a second bank for secondary recycling. That would be dedicated to that. That way you're always like processing stuff. A little bit more consistent.
Yeah, I mean it ultimately won't really matter, but I mean if that's your preference, we can.
Because right now, if you push in secondary materials in here, right? These things have a certain amount of scrap in them. And so you would literally have to have a secondary item or secondary items completely consume the belt. And then the recyclers have to drain out of the scrap they have and then insert the secondary items, and then it would start recycling. So there would be a delay anytime that there's a hitch in the secondary stuff to recycle, and then you start lowering the amount of primary things you. So it just, to me, it would make more sense to have a set of these that just does secondary stuff.
Yeah, and we certainly could, but the effect of that will be rather minor.
But I'm thinking ahead in terms of like quadrupling the number of recyclers that we have doing regular scrap, and the belts like being crazy. Which is one of the reasons why I was like, I wasn't sure about the bots. Like I would be more on board with having these, right? Having these output into a buffer all at once, right? And then all of the gubbins go into a buffer chest, or a storage chest would be probably more appropriate, or an active, like God forbid we have an active, is there even such a thing? An active provider warehouse.
Yeah.
That way all that shit goes into one spot and automatically stacks itself, and then the bots take from that. And that way there's one point of contact rather than 12 points of contact. And it's not, the bots, you're actually able to move the stack size of the bots. Because I think, what is the stack size right now of the bots? The stacks are 11. Right? And so when it's coming in here to grab 2 iron gear wheels, it doesn't really utilize the bots to its fullest. Because it's moving 2 gears rather than 11 gears. So you're losing the benefit of the stack size by having them individually. So yeah.
Yeah, but that's as soon as they get backed up on any one thing, then it'll start grabbing those more heavily. You know, so it's something that will balance out over time. So basically, the more backed up it gets, the more they're going to be carrying.
Right, but it's going to take 30 hours to back up 100,000 gears. And I'm just like, in the short amount of time of the stream, we need shit to happen. and
That's not
we don't
what I
have
meant.
enough time for the stuff to get backed up right now.
That's
So
not what I meant. I meant we were talking about the stack size of the robots pulling out of the passives, and that's what I was referring to. So the carry capacity of the robots isn't going to be terribly relevant.
but I thought the whole point of having it bot based was the stack size of the robot.
Not really. It's just it's saving us from having to output the stuff on the belts and then worrying about the recyclers outputting random numbers of things on the belts.
Right. I could have sworn when you mentioned this idea, it was for the bots. I don't know why I'd have to rewind and figure that out. Why my brain thinks that the purpose of it was because of the bots.
It's also possible I said the wrong word at one point, which gave you the wrong impression. But I'd never say the wrong thing. Let's see. So back to the subject of the recycling. We might want to just do it, simply for now. Set them individually, just to get it done. But then going forward, would we want? I can do the percentage thing, but it's going to take a little bit of time. I'll probably use parameterization. But then in addition, should we instead do basically an RS latch system where it'll say, okay, trigger when it's 20% down to 15%.
Yeah, I mean, RS latch would work. You'd need, 12 RS latches, which kind of increases the weight of the circuit. Like, I don't know at what point, I'm not really experienced with the game in general. I don't know at what point it really becomes a problem when you have like really intense circuit stuff. Now, I've seen people have crazy circuit systems where they actually they build like an LCD display with the lights.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen people do stuff with circuits that's like, wow, how is that not crippling the performance? So, my instinct from previous games is we gotta balance, because once we get into the Uber side of the production, right, the server is doing great right now, but we're wrapping this up really fast. So we gotta. I'm trying to sort of weigh, like, do we do like an intense amount of circuitry to manage it, or do we just like YOLO it and like we want something basic? Because you don't even have to connect these to the circuit. You can just connect them to the logistics, because they're buffer warehouses. You could just say, like, connect it to the logistics network and do it that way, and forego the circuit network. But I don't know what's the better way to do that, because then if you're connected to the logistics network, then you couldn't come in later and change a single variable and have it redo. Or, logistics network, you can't do an RS latch and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know the balance of that. But I do know that we are in dire need of, some plastic. So what would be blocking you from going like here and having another set of buffers back here for the secondary?
No, we could do that.
Rather than, because I just don't want to. I don't want it spread out to the point where the bots have to travel very far to deliver the stuff.
Yeah. The only reason I was doing it this way is that if we do want, if there's a really high throughput thing, we could link up um, loaders to pull the materials out.
And yeah, we could. I could just put them on this side here.
Yeah, that'll work. Also, a comment from a while ago in chat. I don't know if you noticed that. And sorry to any viewers who want to comment.
Jose,
Try.
ice melting we could make steam power. Yes, it could. What's the cap? I have a mod that allows you to adjust the productivity cap, and so our productivity cap is at 500%. So yes, 500%. If we did a bunch more research on the ice productivity, it would absolutely be viable to do steam power with solid fuel, because we have a lot of solid fuel on this planet, and once rocket fuel is used, like once your rocket fuel is backed up, you don't really have a use for it. And so yeah, you could absolutely set up a burner thing, a heat tower, and because you can actually, you can't really recover the steam from the steam turbines for whatever reason. Okay, so we want greens. 360,000. We want plastic. At 180,000. We want iron plate. 180,000. And we want copper plate. Let's see. Batteries, gears. If we run into something else, I can tackle that, but batteries we really don't want to void at all until they're really high, because we need them for accumulators.
Yeah. Today, right now, I'm not worrying about it. It'd give us an influx of copper and iron, but we're not. Well, we've got the iron gear wheels for iron and the copper wire for wire.
How do we have so many green?
Because I sent some blues in there.
Okay, that's why. I was like, where did all those come from? Okay. So we want more things and stuff. Oh yeah, I need to set up the at the very least put some efficiency because yeah, we are not gonna have a lot of power. Our power is going to drain real fast with all these.
Oh, I started on the refined concrete, but I haven't finished on that yet.
Yeah, we definitely need that very soon because running out of things to craft things and stuff. Very technical around here, everybody. Very, very technical.
Oh yeah. All the technicality.
So this, somewhere in here. Oh, we don't have it unlocked yet. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yes, we need to actually craft a supercapacitor, which means we need greens. Oh, I didn't. That's why we don't have any greens over here. I didn't set that up. Bingo. Now, electromagnetic science pack is going to be accumulators, supercapacitors, the electrolyte, and holmium solution. Fun times. So the holmium solution, where is a good spot? I think we're gonna want to come over here. Yeah, we're gonna do science on this side. So let's pop those in. There's no pass through on this. So we're gonna do that, and that, and that. And then we're gonna connect the ones that are close to each other. Like so. And we could double this up, but we need the 1 and 1 every 10 seconds. What if we shared a belt? We did a sided belt. We'd be able to do like this. So the electrolyte is going to come in here. The holmium is going to come in, or the holmium solution is going to come in right here. Okay. No. Supercapacitors are going to come in probably right here. Okay. And again, we don't want to stack these. Because it's just going to be on one side of the belt. Eventually, we probably will stack them. Right? We probably will. Or just stack one side. Right? Because it's just going to be one side of the belt over here. There's no reason to have, you know, this entire belt underneath here to be stacked. Because that would just... there would be hundreds of them just sitting there, not doing it. Okay, so the other ingredient we need here are accumulators. Very important. All right, let's get the holmium solution and get that run. And of course, that is 2 squares off. Let's get that run. Okay, and then the important one here is that one. Because it'll come out here, and then that'll be the lane that comes down. So that needs to be accumulators, and accumulators we can also make, I believe, in one of these. Yeah. Okay. We need more electromagnetic plants, so we are now in dire need of the concrete. Oh,
Yeah, it
we
should
actually
be
have
producing.
I need to check the box.
Ah.
Okay, so wait. So these are fairly simple. And we want to give ourselves trying to do this like this up here, but this stupid... I never have enough space. That wouldn't work. So the batteries we want on the inside. Oh, how is that out of the port? Damn it. It's like 2 squares off. There. And then put the thing there. And put the robots I picked up away. There we go. Alright. Because I want a buffer of accumulators. And then this, when accumulators is greater than 50. Okay. Batteries. This is accumulators. And you get the productivity bonus from these. Very, very nice. And then these come down and just link up to there. And now we have science, which we can plan on having more of. Coming down here. Putting that in there. And we want electromagnetic science is less than. Yay. We have a little bit of science. What's the first thing we want to research with our newfangled science? Like, I'd love the mech armor. That's 5,000 science, though. 3,000 to Aquilo. Wow, that's definitely got to be the first thing. I've already got the Aquilo ship ready. Oh yeah. While we wait for science to build, and yeah, we can copy and paste this down. And I built it in such a way that we could basically duplicate it on this side and build, have it double-sided. What? Don't need both sides of that belt covered. Okay. The process has started. Now what we need to do is go to novice. We need to say, hey, let's grab one of these. Say here, we want this to be electromagnetic. Make sure this is the right one. That. Okay, and then we need to add electromagnetic to this. Add start. Well, and what I basically do for the vast majority of the requests for this, for pretty much across the board, is including on the ships, is I basically I set the stack size to how many fit on a rocket. So this will be 1,000, right? And then the multiplier is 100. So this is 100,000. but the requests on the planet are higher than the ship will hold. So, right, so it'll ensure that the ship empties out. Now, I could gate the ship and say, hey, only deliver, like, only run when the science gets low, but that's not really needed because these sciences don't expire. So the ship will just sit in orbit until it's near empty. And then when it empties, then it'll go back for another batch. And as we progress, as we get like higher quality ships with higher capacities, then I can start moving. You just sort of ramp it up. Okay. So we have science being done. We have a whole 384. Look at that. We're on our way to the 3,000 that we're going to need. Okay, so we are in dire need of some plastic. So I think what I'm going to do is possibly... I'm going to go back to the mall really quick. I'm going to grab some more of these and some more of these. Ooh.
Ooh, need more accumulators apparently.
Okay, well, I'm going to copy this entire set.
Oh, you got it? Okay. Oh, shoot. Need more constant combinators. I'm gonna just set up a few crafts for the different combinators that we're gonna need. Or do you not like that idea?
I mean, it's fine. It's just, there's just combinators.
And just in case we ever need it, I'll do this electric combinator as well. Limited use, but I have had use of them in the past. Okay. Okay, I've got a prototype of it's a parameterized blueprint for these for recycling of them or voiding. Some of these we will probably void. If you're curious to see it in action.
You can go ahead. I'll catch up in a second.
Sure, no problem.
I will do the planet demand system. I need a wire connecting this to contents. That. Set requests.
The only fuzzy thing about this is it requests random shit because this is a very much a logistics world, so everything goes through logistics. You end up having a ton of requests down there. I don't know if there's a way to filter out. Like, I only want... Like, I want to know what we have so we don't request it, but I only want to filter out what we have in the planetary demand, right? So if we add... here, if we have plastic at, I don't know, 20 stacks or 20 rockets worth of plastic, right? So we say, okay, plastic is actually 2,000. So maybe 20 is not good. 5 rockets worth of plastic, right? And then this, right? This is, you can see the plastic bar sort of, it goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So it's like, I only want this, right? I don't want to see the combinators because I don't. So filtering out, I don't know, like, if you do like an each equals each from either of these signs, like this each equals this each, and then that gets passed. I don't know. It is what it is. But
I think eventually we add one that says each greater than 0, and then output each.
right, well, that's good for the output, but what I'm trying to do is filter out the generic requests on the planet and only look at what this constant combinator has in it. I only want to request from orbit that which is defined in this constant combinator. I don't want all of the miscellaneous things that is on the planet being requested on the thing. I only want what's in the constant combinator. But the system also needs to know what's in the system to request it. So it's like, I don't know. It is what it is.
I know I've done it before. It's just like a multi-stage thing that I think you looked at and you're like, nope.
So this is going to be emptying out this just to clear it out. Right, so
Yes.
keep that clean. Okay, so if we want plastic, we could take the Fulgora shuttle and we could add the plastic and say, I want 5 rockets of plastic and I want to request that from Gleba. Request it from Gleba and check. There we go. Because Gleba is literally infinite plastic from plants. Like, it's super easy to get. And it's another thing Gleba can supply, which is glorious. So, we are going to remove we're going to remove Fulgora. Maybe not. What do we want to do? Let's see if we can add an interrupt. Plastic low interrupt condition item count plastic equals 0. Interrupt station Gleba. Request satisfied. Plastic. Okay. Don't unload. Add interrupt station. Fulgora. Time passed. 10 seconds. So what this does, because this ship is primarily going to zip back and forth between Navi and Fulgora, right? So if that goes, Navi shouldn't be requesting plastic. Shouldn't. I'm gonna have to double check, but it shouldn't be requesting plastic. But all of my other ships don't have the planet in them, right? But they have it in the interrupt. So when it's like low of science, the interrupt goes, oh, if you're low on science, go get more. So it goes to Fulgora or goes to whatever, and then comes back to Navi. And Navi is the only planet it's the only one up here. So if plastic gets low on if it goes to Fulgora, right? If it goes to Fulgora for more science, and it empties itself from plastic because we just want to make sure we top off on plastic, right? We just want to make sure that we have plenty of plastic on Fulgora. And so the ship will keep basically 10 rows. I think plastic stacks to 100, so it'll keep 10 rows of plastic, which is a lot of plastic. And as soon as that runs out, like if Fulgora uses plastic at a high level, there could be a time when it's got a surplus of plastic, and then the interrupt would never trigger. But if for some reason the plastic gets low and the ship empties out, then it'll just hit Gleba, load up on plastic, and then zip back. And we can add for Fulgora, we could add circuits, we could add other interrupts. We just have to make sure that Fulgora is listed in the targets, so it unloads those first before it goes back to Navi, because Navi might scoop up some of the drops as well. Not that it will, but it could. So yeah, go to Gleba, grab plastic, and then go to Fulgora and unload it. Have 10-second pass, and then it's done, right? Then the interrupt is done. Unless it completely empties out, then it'll finish and trigger the interrupt right away again, right? So we have to make sure that the request, 10,000 plastic, we want to make sure that the warehouse has or keeps over that, quite a bit over that, before it starts voiding the plastic. Because plastic is really a dead end product. You don't recycle it into coal. I wish you could. That'd be great. But yeah. So keeping 300,000 plastic is fine. We don't need to void plastic. Like, just keep a bunch of it around, and the interrupt would never trigger. But this will save that, and we can go pause thrust, remove Fulgora. Navi, we want time passed 30 seconds. Because 30 seconds will pass, and it'll just keep redoing it over and over and over again. Anytime the trigger gets interrupted, there's going to be a 30-second delay before a trigger actually starts. And what we could do to maybe trigger, like manually trigger the plastic, is put a broadcaster on Fulgora that sends a signal on a channel that it needs plastic, like desperately needs plastic. And we could include really anything in that signal. And then we could have other ships. We could have the Vulcanist ship pick that up and be like, oh, this trigger on this condition. And if you get that signal, then bounce and do this thing. So we would just need to sort of what I did on the Gleba shuttle. We need to launch a signal receiver up there. It's a beefy thing, but it does work. But for now, I think this will trigger because it has no plastic. And so we also want to add an interrupt where electromagnetic science low. Okay. This item count equals 0. Interrupt station. Fulgora. Oh yeah, I need to I need to add. You have to add the request before you do the interrupt because the interrupt depends on the request. So it's like, so this is Fulgora. We want 10 rockets to come up and deliver. So that's 10,000. Right? So that's the request. Then we need to edit this again. Item count. This equals 0. Go to Fulgora. Request satisfied. Of those. Okay. Should we keep that checked? Is there anything we want to unload on? We could use these ships also to deliver logistic stuff, like belts, to the planets and just centralize it on Navi. But eventually we're going to have a ship that does the top tier of like belts. And the ship will just be the ship is going to have to bounce around anyway to all the planets. So we might as well just have that ship like manage it. But I've slowly come to understand how this whole system was intended to be used. And this is kind of how the interrupts is really where the system works well, because you can manage then the inventory. You don't have to go to a planet unless the threshold is right. If you don't need to go to a planet, don't go to the planet. Be more efficient. And this will come into when I redo the one for the Aquilo ship. That's really where this is going to be beneficial. Is I'm going to be redoing that schedule to use interrupts instead. Okay. So Fulgora request satisfied, and when it's finished, Navi is the only place that it goes to, so it will go back to Navi. But we want it to unload on Fulgora because just in case it wants to unload plastic, it'll do so, which will then trigger it'll trigger the thing, right? So this should be good to go. I want this one to allow interrupting other interrupts. Which means if it's in the middle of going to grab more electroscience, it'll trigger, go grab more plastic, drop off the plastic, and then go back to Navi to unload the science. And we should have 100,000 science sitting on Navi waiting to go, so it shouldn't run out. So plastic low, and then so if we go automatic, it's going to go back to Navi because that's the only station it has, and we want to make sure to unload. And we are going 90. I think we could bump it up even more. I really do. I think we can go like 110. Oh yeah, easy. Okay. So we want on the Aquila shuttle, we want to add unchecked new colony. Okay. We need to lower accumulators down to 0. Well, 1 stack. Solar, again. Solar on Aquilo, absolutely pointless. What we need to raise or include, where would it be? We need these. Those are fine, those are fine, those are fine. These are all fine. Oh yeah, we need to include heat pipe in large amounts. 500 to start. We need these. We need these. One. Jesus. Okay. We'll manually bring those in. I'm not going to bring one warehouse, launch a rocket for a single warehouse. I'll manually launch one receiver because there's not really any place to put a receiver on this poor ship. I think is it 5x5? Are they 5x5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, they're 9x9. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. There's not a spot to slap a 9x9 on this poor ship. This is a very compact design. Okay. Accumulate these are just like I could actually I have some on here. I really whatever. Belts with lots of heat pipe. Lots. There's gonna be 10 rockets just of heat pipe. Which is not even gonna be enough because we need there's no resources on this planet, so you gotta bring everything in. But teleporters are gonna help make it much easier. I don't think we need oil refineries. Do we? No, we are gonna need oil refineries. I think. No.
I was thinking not, but bring them anyway, just to make sure.
Yeah. I mean, we get crude oil on this planet, so we definitely could use them. Crude oil is a resource on Aquilo, so instinct tells me we should have it. And I think I need to bump the undergrounds up. These undergrounds. You use a lot of undergrounds on Aquilo. Underground pipe and belt, because Aquilo has a very unique build situation. I don't think we need any mining drills. I don't. There's nothing to mine. There's no resources to mine.
Yeah, it all comes from wells and the ocean, of course.
Yep. Okay, we have all of the gubbins, I think, to start us. And Yeah. So we check this box. Navas is going to be very busy for a while. All right, getting this started. How is the Fulgora shuttle? It's heading from. Look at that! It went to Navi, immediately triggered the out of plastic. Now it's going to Fulgora. Fulgora should already be requesting. Yes, it's requesting plastic. Which should go up into this storage warehouse and then immediately get distributed to here and down here. Right? So we'll be making things and stuff again. And that will supplement a bit. And then if we need to tweak and add some resources to this, we can do that. And holy Moses, do we have accumulators all of a sudden. God damn.
I went and grabbed a load of them.
Oh, you did?
Because I noticed they were... But only 500, so, I mean, 1,300 of them have been produced locally.
So we want when accumulators are less than... Just to put a little bit of a... Okay, why is this stopped? This is stopped because of holmium. So holmium solution is just slow as hell. Okay, that's fine. We can deal with that. There's the plastic. That also should have triggered Gleba big time. Like pulling 10,000 plastic out of here. Now we have somewhere that all of this mash can go. But yeah, we have plastic productivity research to 100%. Well, maybe not to 100%. We have it researched to like 80%, 70%. This is the research that was going when I started the stream here. So this is, you get 3 plastic per shot, and then productivity. It's so good. Like plastic on Gleba is like the best export. Like it's so good.
Rocket fuel's not bad either.
Rocket fuel is good too, yes, because it's just plant based. Like it's literally infinite, right? You're literally growing rocket fuel, which is glorious. And as you can see, I've not only doubled power generation based on burning shit, I also added a fail-safe burn down here that it literally just burns it all. Now, could I have just pushed it into a void chest? Yeah. But I knew people would judge me. So I did it this way. So it just burns it all, and then it goes through here, and it just converts it back into water and goes through, and it's just an infinite loop of things. Now, I could put another burner on here. Each burner supports 4 of these, and so I could put another burner for the other 4. There's 8 per, and it would we'd be able to void twice as much and not have to. But I haven't really needed it, as it caught up. There goes another load of plastic. So much plastic. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Glorious. So if we go to Fulgora now and look at our demand, somewhere down here, there it is. You can see now we're only demanding like 600. We were demanding 10,000, but now it's like 600. So the ship itself will not. It won't take another trip to Gleba until it's completely out of plastic. Then it'll trigger that interrupt. So now we need some sweet rocket silos. There should be a crafter with rocket silos on Navi down by, I think, nuclear is where it's either. No, is it nuclear? It might be. But
I made a couple local.
yeah, well, there's a buffer of 10 silos.
Yeah.
Down there. Okay, so we have 10 silos. Oh, those are all 10 silos, no modules. So we have these. I'm gonna do these vertically, just for funsies. Just to mix it up a little bit.
They gasp.
All of the things. And we're gonna copy these.
It is really impressive how they have so many of the buildings being, the width and the height are the same. Yet, it still looks nice.
Yeah, that's a hard trick to do too.
Yeah. I'm getting the hazard concrete set up.
I'm just gonna grab a load from
Yeah, that works too.
there, and then let's go grab some of the silos, because yeah, we could craft the silos, but we need a rocket fuel setup. We need, there they are. So if he has 8 silos or 2 silos, I only need. And there go our circuits on this planet.
Yeah. Where would you like the rocket fuel set up? On the south side of that light oil storage tank, or kind of up above? Up above where
Let me
the weapons
get this
are
built
cracked.
first.
Yeah. Certainly don't mean to take you off task.
Let's see. I think right here.
Okay.
Because we can take the light oil from the tank and go that direction. So, just probably build it down here. I don't know how much we're gonna need. We've got a little bit of productivity. How is the Aquilo shuttle going? Woo! Getting full. Looks like we are waiting on... Oh, We got a few. Yeah, these heating towers take a hot minute to craft. These are not fast crafts. But almost everything else, we got a few of the things on Vulcanus to pick up yet. Which is all the logistics stuff, which is fine. Agliba, well, we could grab the stack inserters off of Navi if we really wanted to. We might as well go to Vulcanus and then go up to Gleba and then come back. So yeah, I'm gonna probably redo. We're gonna remove Willow, Volgora, Vulcanus, and Gleba out of here. Yeah, the blueprint of this ship is from like I think the very first time we played Space Explorer or Space Age, because all of these circuit conditions of like where I'm managing like, oh, how much fuel do we have? How much, and these fuels like these produce these advanced fuels like produce way more than you could possibly use. So I've never had a problem with like fuels running out. Although, keeping this is good. I'm not gonna just remove it because of that, but I definitely don't want to go out if fuel is low. So having these things, making sure we have enough fuel is good. Okay. We are good to go on those. Let's go to Vulcanus with an empty condition. And load up on Undergrounds and Belt. So why are there 23 in here? Why is there an odd number of Underground Belt? No, there's 56. Oh, I know why. Because the rocket capacity, right, is 25. So it launches 25 at a time. So it's just if you use like 56, it'll launch 75. And then now you got an odd amount. It's unfortunate, but anyway, send the odd number back down, and let's go to Vulcanus really quick. And what is our speed? Oh, we can go faster than this. Oh yeah, cruising. Okay, Fulgora Shuttle. How are you doing, sir? You are going to you are at Fulgora. You are waiting for your electromagnetic plant. Okay. What are we missing here?
Rocket fuel, which is Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it put into a container.
All right, now green. Now we're low on green. So we need to use our lovely electromagnetic plants. And then do a little green setup. Do let's see that pipe right there. Go up over. Two, three, four. Green. Okay. For a moment there, I forgot what my hotkey was.
That'll happen. So many games and so many hotkeys in this game alone.
Okay, and then we have this. So we need a request for where? And we have a request for iron plate. Where? Oh, I need to request a buffer. There we go. Now, this is like a backup system, right? So, I want this to only put in do this and then go here and then go in, and then only when greens are less than, let's say, 600, right? So this will craft as greens are low, and if we get a burst, like if we get a big burst of like blues getting recycled, which dumps a bunch into our greens, then that'll be fine. I don't want to make this a provider because I don't want these to come up here. That's kind of redundant. So I'm not going to put a request of greens in here because I don't want this to be the buffer. I want this to be the buffer, but I don't want this buffer requesting for this. Whatever. It is what it is. Okay, so this allows us to continue all of the crafts down here. So the next one we want to do, in a similar vein here, we want batteries, and then I think batteries have to be done in a
implant.
Yeah, a chemical plant. So we can't do them like that. And a very, very similar thing. The only issue is, drum roll please, sulfuric acid. How are we going to do sulfuric acid? Do we want to get a sulfur setup up and running?
Pretty much have to, unless we import stuff.
So
If
you
we
want to work on
import
that?
Anything, sure.
Okay. Let's get.
Where would be good?
That needs water
And light oil.
and light oil. I would put it.
Maybe here?
I gotta find you. There you are. Yeah. Might as well. I mean. Okay, batteries. Batteries. And we're gonna do the output here. We're gonna do the inputs here. The inputs are relatively simple. Just copper and iron. I mean, crazy how simple that is. I don't have any productivity on these yet. I didn't think to do productivity on batteries. We haven't really needed them. I think it's just 1 to 1. And I want to move all of this over so it's expandable. And again, we're going to do a buffer with a belt and a limit and say only do when batteries are less than 600. Okay. Okay, so we want iron, copper, and then let's see, he's doing it down here.
It's a 3-stage process, so this isn't going to be great, but it shouldn't need to be too big because batteries do come straight from the scrap. So
Yeah, this is a
rare.
fail safe. So yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be huge. Especially because the batteries only use 20 sulfuric acid per craft, and it's like this entire just all of these alone are going to use 40 per second of sulfuric acid. And sulfuric acid you can make 50 a second with just one one thing. So it's a pretty robust thing. Okay, so we want to. I don't want to go down with the liquid because we've already got some liquid down. I want to leave some room for electrolyte. So we're gonna go up with the sulfuric acid and over.
Jeez.
Here, let's find where he's at.
The acid will probably come up, like in here somewhere, or maybe even over here.
How about this line of accumulators going up? Would this work?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Then I can base the setup around that.
All right. There is the pipe right there. There's the pipe.
All right.
that is ready to go. Hey, look at that. We've actually got rockets. And I'm guessing we've actually got... Yes, we have our first science. Glorious. We're not even close to supplying it. But, you know, it is what it is. The first 1,000 is ready, which actually... Actually, that's 2,000. Chromium, what is our limitation? Not really a limitation. We could. That. All the things. Gimme. Are we out of inserters? Oh my god. Of all the things to run out.
Oof.
Okay. Well, I'm going to grab a little two black here. And we are going to... Same sort of thing we did. There.
We're running on a belt too.
Well, the belt, that's got to come in some other way. So yeah, I just jumped to Vulcanus and grab the belt.
Yep. Oh, well, I'm here. I'm going to grab more cliff explosives.
We need some inserters to craft some inserters. There we go. And once we get some quality inserters, then these are basically going to be moot because we'll be just as we need them, I guess. We don't really. Yeah, we don't really need a ton.
think this is coming along well. Just gotta get the light oil connected up. Oh, and the water. Water, I can just branch off from the holmium here. Let's see. There.
All right, that should kickstart batteries. Battery. There it goes. They're not putting it on the belt because the hands are they need a stack, right? They need to be full before they push on the belt. So it is what it is. There it goes. Batteries delivery.
Got time for me to update you on a couple things?
Sure.
So the requesters coming in, down here, I added this one. This first one. And that prevents it from requesting things like the batteries. The batteries were getting requested because right now it's in the negatives.
Oh, okay.
Which would spill down into this. So that just filters those out.
Excellent. So you just do each greater than 0, output each. Okay, yeah.
Yep. And then the other thing is, just kind of pending approval, is the recycling level. I've got it set up for gears right now. I added more steps to this, mainly just to make it more readable. So essentially, star is the percentage. I added C for capacity of the warehouses, which is 1.8 thousand. So it does. Go ahead.
What? 1,800 stacks. Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
1,800 stacks. Yep. So then that gives you the level that it wants to maintain, or basically, the number of them, and then LM is I just needed something else to divide it by 100, so I figured M for maximum level, maximum number of slots.
Maximum
and then
override.
Down here, yeah, weird movie.
So you take S is stack size.
Yep.
M is your max times stack size. Is R is what's R stand for? Recycle.
And then in this, I decided to branch it out to another step here, because when you place down the blueprint, it would start sending them all out for recycling right away. Because until you get the red wire attached, R would be 0. And I would say, okay, recycle everything.
Right.
So I just did a not equal to 0.
Good idea.
And it's a parameterized blueprint. I'm going to put it in the game blueprints. I'll name it better too.
Sweet. Probably.
For ice, what we could do with ice is, send that off to be, make excess rocket fuel or something like that, or just straight up void it.
Yeah, I guess that'll be a bridge that we can cross when that time comes. Because I'm not.
Right.
Let's get Well, solid fuel is coming over here, which is coming down here, which is
Yeah, that's for the rocket fuel.
we are gonna want a little thing making solid fuel, and we could easily do it over here. Just as a tiny, because we can just make solid fuel from heavy oil.
Yep. It's not quite as efficient, but it doesn't take
It's-
any water that way.
It's essentially free because
Yeah.
of heavy oil on this planet. So I think if we want to just do this here, then we can.
Alternatively, you could do it over here and merge it in.
Well,
Because, solid fuel is the only thing we do with it is make the rocket fuel on this planet.
yeah, I didn't want to clutter this side up too much because I wanted to leave some space for expansion, other designs, like whatever, like we may need that kind of stuff. So this is kind of all of my oil stuff over here, and then this we can say only do when solid fuel is less than. We don't need a lot, and then what we can do on the other side over here, I'm tempted to just, instead of a loader outputting, just do a stack inserter output. That way it's just on one side of the belt. Because
Yep.
these are not crafting fast enough. Both sides of the belt being. So rather than have this here, we just do a stack inserter output, and it just pushes. And that way we guarantee they're nice, high quality stacks. And over here we want put. There. Just in time. So what is the production? This wants 6 and 2/3. This makes 4. Just in case. And yes, I can productivity research all this. But let's go see. How are we doing on science? Ogora Shuttle, how are you doing, sir? 3,000? That is exactly how many we need. Let's go to Nave. That will kickstart the research. And unfortunately, we probably have a bunch of expired research on the belt.
Stuff in the container looks pretty good.
It should be on the belt. There must be a mistake here. I didn't wire up. Ah, yes, I lost. Okay. I'm going to wait until the research gets there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go fix that. And then we need to
Okay.
Yeah. I rearranged the power poles which broke the wire.
Yeah.
But yeah, this red wire needs to run into circuits. There it goes. All right.
Oh, I'll place down that that blueprint for the recycling. For now, I'm going to exclude batteries from it, but eventually we'll want to get that in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Is the production is very, very drop because this belt is just take some time.
Oh, something I remembered a little while ago. Not sure if you had accounted for it. You did. Okay, nice. The ag science. We didn't want the buffer chest for the ag science.
Yeah, I already.
Yep. Was this intentional? Your setup for the batteries isn't using most of it because it's missing undergrounds to extend the sulfuric acid?
I just placed those, so
Okay.
we don't have copper.
Yeah, there's
We
nowhere
don't,
near enough.
like,
Yeah.
but we are gonna need we are gonna need that whole stack working because batteries are made very slowly. Oh. How did I?
In theory, once everything backs up, we are going to have some excess copper, but it's going to take a long time before that balance is reached. That'll help.
just when in doubt, queue up. I mean, those are going to be those are really cheap compared to a lot of the ones we've been doing. Like doing those earlier game ones, like really makes it's a major impact on what it takes to get those done. I would like, for now, for this to still be one-sided. Ideally, we would loop these around, just because we don't, you know. Every time I do this, there's several stacks fewer than the previous time, so we are burning through them, right? We are burning through them, but man, oh man.
Oof, yeah, we are losing on accumulators.
Yeah, this is why, you know, we need batteries. Batteries.
Need to make iron sticks as well for refined concrete. Should I set that up here, closer to the iron, or should I just set it up a small craft down where the other crafters are, like the inserters and such?
You don't need a big setup, like you really don't. I would
Yeah.
do a little setup where you need them by the thing, because yeah, we actually have productivity research on this, so it's like you're going to be able to make quite a few of them. You need like one crafter for all of those.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try a setup here.
We're inserting straight into a thing. I got a couple mock-ups up here going into passive providers.
Yeah, that needs to be a passive provider warehouse. I don't think I have any of those crafted. Oh, you do have one up.
I set some up and I brought some with. Should be replacing it in a second. There we go.
You can fit 8 on there.
Or if you look at this one, an extra 6, so 14.
That would, yeah.
In theory, if you, let me move this one. If you position it like right here, it would work well with the belts. Because then you could. Oops, that should be down one more, but
You could technically do.
yeah.
Auto save, good timing.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta have it symmetrical.
Oh, okay.
Oh, oops. God damn it. There we go. I knew I was tight against the machines down here, so I was trying to replicate that.
Yeah.
And then you could just basically copy. Well, you don't even need to do fast inserters. Here. 1, 2, don't even need stacking servers.
Yep.
Save a little bit of power with using the fast insert. All right, let's just do a test. Grab a bunch of and just a trivial power. A little bit of power. And now you can scroll the side. Now you can actually scroll. You hold shift and the scroll wheel, and it scrolls that panel over there. So that's so nice. You can actually see how much power is being used by that.
Oh, nice. That's what that was description was about.
Yeah. So now you could basically, well, it would be easier to copy and paste if you could trim out all the crap. No, all of that can go away. Grab a copy of this blueprint. Oh, I don't want to exclude that. Put a symbol. There's no square, but we can do that. And then that. And call this bot cycle. Create. Create a copy, put it into game. Ah, stupid rock. Get out. All right, let's see how this setup works.
Yeah, that should be a lot more effective. Yeah, right now we're only using 43? No, 53. 53 logistic spots.
Yeah, as soon as this drains out, it'll be even better.
Yeah, it looks like it's pulling out of here more than it's pulling out of both of these combined.
Yeah, because it's able to pull out more stacks at a time, or more at a time. So it's like it's more efficient doing it with the one.
Yep.
All right, so we can deconstruct this.
Oof, we need more miners.
Don't forget efficiency modules up there. Those things are hungry.
Oh yeah, they're pretty power hungry.
So, the efficiency modules will make a huge difference. And we're just about to unlock like higher tier modules too. So, like, I was waiting for the electromagnetic plants to be able to do that. All right. We have all of those, so we can add Gleba, empty circuit condition, and head over to Gleba to stock up on stack inserters. Let's stock up on more. Let's do like 400 since we're making the trip. So the Fulgora shuttle, I can delete this new colony one. I don't need that anymore. It just makes me nervous having this giant request on there. It's like I don't really want that. Right, now batteries are waiting on copper. Copper primarily comes from LDS when we have enough. So we have 1,000 in there now. What is our limit? Looks like no, that's stack size. Where is the limit comes from percent, right? So you're at 5%.
Yeah.
So this is waiting. Wait, what? No. What was this?
$49,000?
That
doesn't seem right.
That's kind of the
Like
opposite.
something.
Like you're taking, let's see. Let's just look at this really quick here. You have stack size of 50.
Oh.
So you take
I know what's
M. What? What just happened?
I was using the wrong circuit, or the wrong wire. So connecting the stack size to the arithmetic combinator, I want to use the green wire, because what I was doing was I was sending the red wire up to the column of these, which was adding all the S's together.
And you're aware the output of this is going out on red, right? You're not inputting red up here, you're outputting red down here. You see that?
I must have linked that one wrong. Most of them I'm connecting the input. That one I just missed.
Okay. Okay. So
Because yeah, the link of that can't be in the blueprint because the substations are varied. Where
this
they
is
are.
still wrong.
Yep, I'll fix them.
Okay. I'm just trying to my brain is like we have stack of 50 and then M.
Yep, it won't be fixed until I fix the rest of these. So give me a moment here.
But I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong.
Okay.
Like you're ahead of me on that front. Like you already see the problem and you're already like fixing it. I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong. So just trying to wrap my head around this. So we have the star is 5%. The C is the number of stacks. The number of stacks times 5% equals 9. The number of stacks No, you're missing. You're missing a. You want to take 1.8 times 5 is giving you 9,000. Oh, and then you're you're dividing it by 100, which takes that and goes 90. So you're looking at wanting 90 stacks. Okay, so M is the number of M is the number of stacks that you want. Okay, now we go to here. You want 90 stacks times S. But for some reason S is 550.
Yep, you've almost got it. So the issue is if this one's fine, but if you look down here, what wire am I using to connect the constant combinator?
Yes.
There you go.
You're you're adding up all of all of the different stack sizes together. Okay. That makes sense. And so now it's 90 stacks times 50 is 4,500. Now, ooh. The gears are like, I got you covered. Yeah, we had 20,000 gears in here.
Oof.
That was a lot of gears. So there's some iron input. That's good. We could do the same sort of design for the recycling as we do the secondary thing. Just sort of let's let that chew through those really quick. And I'm going to turn my bots off. And then deconstruct this. And then bring up the blueprint again. And do this. This, just in case. For funsies. Okay. And go. Whew. That built up fast. That is going to be really efficient on the bots, being able to move a max amount of stacks all at once. That is a lot of gears. Holy Moses, that's a lot of gears. Okay. Let's set this to 2%. Can we... I mean, I know we got the system up and running now, but now the sort of thought is there a way that I can tweak so we, even though the star is set, like, we're gonna want a few more blues than we want, like, gears, because we don't need obscene amounts of gears. So, like, if I want 10% blues but 5% gears, is there any easy way of doing that, or is the system is what it is? Because you could set S maybe if you cut the stack.
The easier way, do M. Set M on here on the constant combinator next to it, and it could be either a positive or a negative value.
An M where? Here?
Nope. Right here. So for the gears, if we want less gears, set a negative value for M. Let's see
Oh.
what would-
So M is the number of stacks to hold, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And right now the
Okay.
2% would be 36.
Yes, which is what M is showing here.
Yep.
So if I want more M for like blues, I can go in here into the constant and say, do like M, let's just like 20 extra stacks of blue. So now M
Yep.
is 56, not 36. Now it's going to keep an extra 20 stacks. Ah, I like that. I like that. That's a good idea. See? This is why you have a circuit wizard playing the game with you. Because I would have added like there would have been a cascade of extra combinators trying to figure that shit out, and it would have been like I tend to overthink the circuits. Like I forget that it automatically adds, the signals together. Ooh, we want all the things. There we go. That is going to help with the batteries situation. And now what we probably want to do,
Another good one would be the supercapacitors and superconductors. But right now our levels on those are keeping up. We're kind of losing.
right, where there's some
well, actually-
intermediates that we want to get maxed first. So
Yeah.
a concern, well, okay, maybe this isn't a concern. So what are your thoughts on, instead of using the recyclers on the secondaries, we use the reverse factory mod
Ooh. I mean, we could.
with like
That
everything except maybe gears. Gears can go fuck themselves, but everything else, the recycle mod would solve a lot of our problems because it would give 100% back. Now we can't do productivity on that, but we would get 3 times the amount of resources back that we do with the thing and the stuff. So the gears, the gears can continue doing the recycler setup, but we haven't really done anything with the reverse factory mod at all this whole time. We've had a little setup on Novice that just has reversed like the burner inserters and burner drills and all of the low-level steam turbines that I've recycled. Like that's where all that is essentially being used. But right now, like we are in need of resources, and what I want to do is maybe do something different here. If we go and we say, let's do a skippity doodah here. And this is going to be
I got an AFK for a little bit here.
no. Okay. And then we want I don't even know if we have automated. We even have I'm going to take these. And let's see if I don't remember if I automated them. Logistics. don't looks. It does not look like I did. So we want reverse, reverse. Then I need, fortunately, put those in there. There we go. We will get to quality grinding after Aquilo. Why are you not your chemical plant? Why? Oh, you have that's why. You have 6 ingredients. Chemical plant. Oh. Yeah, this blueprint is only 5 input. So it's like too many things. There we go. We're going to grab 10 of those and we're going to grab a few more of those. Okay. We're going to meander up here. Oh, way up here. Okay, then like that. I need to literally shift this down 1, but that's shift this down 1. Shift this down 1. Everything else is good. Now the only thing that I can't push through here is copper wire. So these, I wish you could do more than one filter on this, because I also need this to be copper wire. Because copper wire on the reverse factory, it just doesn't work very well. So yeah, you just don't want to mess around. Okay, and then we want oh my god. Don't you love when you copy or you cut and then you paste and it's in the exact same spot? There we go. This should be insane amount of excuse me? Pardon me? Cannot be recycled at this tier. Excuse me? What am I missing here? Oh, it needs a quality module? Fine. Fine, I'll research that. Because I'm guessing this also need I that is bizarre that you can't recycle advanced circuits at this tier. Okay, I need to... Do I have any electromagnetic? I do. All right. Unfortunately, I'm gonna need kind of one of these. And I just realized really optimized. What does this take? In terms of... It just needs a level 1. Okay. I need to bring a bunch of the... I need to bring those other ones back. These are just... The only use for these is going to be this over here. So
I'm back.
back.
So is there a reason the reverse factories aren't working?
Yeah, I needed the 3rd tier.
Oh, okay.
So I'm quickly trying to get that up and running.
Yeah, I suppose because it's the number of ingredients.
Okay, go back.
Wow, that battery productivity is going quick.
Yeah, it's an early game version, so it's like the first levels are really cheap compared to the other research that we've been doing. All right, Reverse Factory 3. is good to go. All of the things. Yeah, this is spicy is what this is.
Jeez.
There was a big backlog of stuff, so it's working through it. You know, it's doing what it can.
All of those inserters just going to town. Oh, I see. Copper cables going in there too.
Yeah, reverse factories are kind of nasty with copper cable, so I thought, let's not do copper cable that way. If you can do
two?
Yeah, if you do two at a time, it's great, but that's a pain in the ass to manage. You know, it would be a good amount of copper, so it would be nice to be able to do that, but what I would do is I would have this condition here, and I would just have another reverse factory with the inserter as a stack size of 2, and I would enable it only when this, you know, I would have the same enable condition, but I would make sure it's moving 2 at a time, and just like 2, 2, 2, 2, and it just that way you ensure that it. You could even use a stack inserter set to stack size of 2, which would doubly make sure that it's moving.
I just snagged a whole bunch of the copper cable and just manually put it in there.
That works too. And that gives a huge amount of copper. Yeah.
Yep.
Big amount of copper. Okay. Let's go down here and see, what are we doing? Why is sulfuric acid has died? Wherefore art thou?
Yeah, it doesn't produce it quick enough. Oh,
It's water.
Water. We'd certainly double this up. Or that.
Let's see what our numbers look like. Do we even have? I don't think we have any more speed modules. I know I need to manage modules. I've been waiting for the electromagnetic plants to do modules, which we have them now. So I could do modules.
I'm going to just grab a load of them.
But we have Mark IIIs unlocked. We've got I can do them all on Novice.
Yep. Speed, it makes more sense to do on Vulcanus.
No, everything's gonna be on Novice.
Okay. Just so it's centralized.
Yes, everything's gonna be centralized. I've already got tungsten carbide on Novice. I've got spoilage on everything is gonna be on Novice. Because it's just easier to do everything on there and then quality grind everything up. So, the grinder is going to be intense. But okay, now that all of those, let's see, is there any other early game? I could do sulfur productivity.
Oh, heck yeah. Sulfuric acid productivity. I mean, you could just cycle through those. Why is there 2 sulfur? Oh, sulfur recovery.
Yeah, that's a recipe that I added. It's added with the charcoal productivity. So
Gotcha.
the charcoal adds a sulfur recovery that you can get it from sulfuric acid. Because it was always a pain. It was always unknown why you couldn't. So electrolyte is low. And unfortunately, I screwed myself. Why did I build batteries like this? We need to relocate batteries. I meant to have a bunch of area for electrolyte solution.
We're kind of over the hump on the need for batteries. You could just cut out a few of them.
Yeah, I could. Let's cut it right there.
You could also add electrolyte productivity. That one doesn't take too high of tech. My guess is you've been holding off on that because you want to hit a lot of that stuff all at once to make it exponential.
Yeah, well, the more expensive versions, like the ones that start at like 2,000 science and stuff, they're just not very fast. So I tend to not saturate the thing and the stuff. Getting everything to 5 is relatively straightforward, especially like the electrolyte stuff. Where there it is. So yeah, that starts at 2,000. So I mean those start at 2,000. Pretty much all the stuff starts at 2,000. So yeah, as we grind down here, just if you catch this, if we run out of research or if there's nothing queued, then just like let me know and I'll queue a bunch. Because I tend to like the sound of research getting done. Like I tend to just drown it out. Like it just I don't even hear it.
Yeah.
All right. So, what is our capacity here? Is less than 1. What are these? We need 2.4. Interesting. So, is this right? These are producing 1.2 per second. These need 0.4%. So it's 3 to 1? Is my math right on that?
It's probably 4 to 1. Because 0.23 is probably 0.25, rounded up. Oh, no, it is 0.3. Because, yeah, 0.9 if you highlight them all.
What are you looking at?
If you highlight the machine.
Yeah. Where is you getting 0.3 and 0.9?
Well, 0.3 because there's 3 machines, or 0.9 because there's 3 machines. 0.3 times 9.
But I'm looking at an individual machine. That's all. Like that's what's important. So an individual superconductor is producing 1.2 per second. And if I go over to the thing, the consumption of one machine is 0.4 per second. So 1.2 production, 0.4 consumption. That should be a 3 to 1 on superconductor to supercapacitor. because 1.2, I just 0.4
Yeah.
times 3 is 1.2. So we are producing 3 times more superconductors than we're consuming on this side. So we could massively increase this. Let's do this, this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Up. Okay. So that's 3, 6, 9. That is 3 of these now covered, with 1 extra for things, for excess we want to launch into space. Or use. So now if we look at this, we are producing 2.7, and I think this consumption was 2.4. Yes. So we are producing a little, tiny little excess, which should help get more research. We are half. So let's go back to novice. Drop that off. And let's look at novice here. And look at... Oh, what happened here? Why did this back up? I need to reduce egg demand down to 3. And then we need to do a quick egg science research. Spider-Bro.
That's a fun one.
And do that. That. Sure.
Mech armor.
Ooh. Yes. That's
do that
5,000 science.
I do that one even before the Tesla.
Yeah, we are going to want the mech armor. To get to Aquilo. So yeah, we're definitely going to want that. And I just sent enough science to do it. So, all right, now we should be... Yep, there we go.
The unfortunate thing about the Spidertron is that you don't really get it early enough to make it terribly useful.
Yeah, like by the time you unlock it, you're pretty powerful as a character, and yeah, it just doesn't.
Well, even like construction, that's the thing it really excels at is you know you can load it up with bots and resources, but by the time you're that far, your Roboport network should be quite extensive, and your defenses should be built up enough to where you know you don't have to worry about sending it into territory to claim it. And collecting the resources we need for mech armor.
Okay. I will work on redoing our circuits on Navi, because I've been wanting to do it for days. I've been wanting to tear this apart and redo this whole setup for quite some time now. All right, and we're gonna take this away.
Having connectivity issues here, server not responding every now and then.
Yeah, you're getting a little robot-y.
Yeah. Should clear up.
And I have 0 drop frames today. So, Haas is the one with the connection problems now. Okay, so one thing I'm going to need to bring up is the iron. As well as some copper. Take these away. Okay, now. Let's chew this up here. Let's go. And the mech armor starts, so this should now be pushing a ton of science back in here. I'm hoping yeah, it's gonna fill that up. I might need a secondary storage for these. Like have a storage for the return stuff, and then prioritize that. Get loaded in here. Well, I think we're gonna get it all. There was a lot. Wow, there was a lot of science, a lot of ag science just sitting in here. Like, wow. But the system worked. It literally returned all of the ag science back. The system, all the things are empty of ag, so it the intention of it worked.
Yeah, the electromagnetic has a lot that's
Yeah, it's
a lot of it on the belt too.
it's gonna take quite some time to get that up to snuff. That's empty. Wow. What is my productivity? 200%. I don't. The reason I let this drain all the way out is I just don't like having my character just fill up with stuff. So, you know, it can be unavoidable depending on what you're deconstructing, like that. Did I forget to? Oh no. For some reason. Oops. Wow, I just did not use a lot of copper there, did I? Okay, now we want to manage. We have iron here, copper going to be here. It's going to take up a little bit more space, but it'll be extremely efficient. So we're going to have if we maybe do iron on the inside. Copper wire on the inside. Or copper on the outside. That would work. Remember, eventually this is going to be very, very fast. So, we do this. I knew I needed 2 squares there. I just knew I needed it. So, this one will go there. This one will go here. Alright, he's finally stopped. Greens. Try not to completely fill my logistics network with garbage, but you know, it is sometimes unavoidable. There. All the machines are going to have just all sorts of miscellaneous things. If I deconstruct it by bot, all of that stuff goes into it. It's just there we go. Now we can drop off plastic we have. Turn off my bots. Deconstruct this. Okay. More trees. There we go. Who needs? Now, this will probably have to move, I'm guessing. It's sort of draining out, so let's grab all of this. Put a buffer chest here. One of these, and request. For now, we can do that. So we also want this. So we're going to grab a copy of these. Bring them down here. Okay. So remember, iron is going to be here. Copper is going to be here. And we probably want to double up on okay. Because we're going to grab here, here. Yeah, I could use loaders for that, but this will ensure that they are stacked to the highest they can be. And we basically want a little design like this. But without the middle part. I'm not running the fluid yet because I don't want to avoid anything. Okay. So these, we need to output these. And remember, we also need plastic. So we can output these in the middle. This direction. And then the or should we don't have to output these because the iron, right, this bottom one doesn't need to go any further. So we could output this out one more. That works for this one, but not this one. No, I think my original design was. Okay. So these are 14 per second, a minuscule amount. And then the plastic, I think. We come in like this with the plastic. And then out. Right? So plastic comes in. Stacked. These come out. Okay. And then the wire, which is bottom one, can continue. Wire is the top one here. We can. Oh, why are these going the wrong way? Do that. There we go. So you basically think of a beacon being in here, right in here, right in here, probably right in here. Just trying to get something I can copy and paste here. So if we have this whole thing here, like that, right? Now we can look at our ratios. We're like, look at that green, like we way overbuilt green circuits. But yeah, 18 per second, we're not quite back to where we were. I don't think so. We had 12, 24, 3. We had 48 crafters here. We had 48 of these on reds. Right, which is 48 times 0.60. So we had 30 per second production. And this is 18, so not even remotely close. So God, this is not gonna attention. I demand it.
whenever you're ready, you can get a mech armor going. I placed my armor in a requester chest next to it, just so you can
Okay.
get the first.
I want to copy and paste this.
But definitely take your time.
If I paste this over here, is that gonna match the? Yes. Okay. I have another tail in the camera. Yeah. Somebody decided the nap time on the bed was over, so you have to come out and make sure I'm still here. You know, make sure the lap is still accessible. Down here.
Oh man, we're actually losing stone, I think. And unfortunately, you can't recycle brick for stone.
But you can reverse it.
True.
Let's see what this whole enchilada looks like. I need to beef up these. We'll get to that once we get to modules. For now, I'm just gonna not. Because I have a metric ton of stuff I need to get rid of. Okay, and then we have this spot here, which is right in line. So, of course it is. Of course it is. Right in the way. now plastic. I'm not going to worry about modules just yet. I want this to bake in. Nor am I going to worry about ratios just yet either. But we are massively... We have a massive detriment of wire. Oh, this is so... Oh. Wait. That's the wrong wire. I need the more expensive, tougher to spam version. Ugh. It's tempting to augment the wire with the copper and like just maximize the crafters for that. We could absolutely do that. Okay. At the very least, it's running again. So, you know, it is what it is. And then we need to bring this up to here. Gotta get those greens flowing again. Okay, so this. Soon it's gonna Uber. Soon. We are right on the cusp of it. So getting the electromagnetic plants in. Now the other one we need to do is the blues, and that is a little bit more complex because there's two options, right? On the blues, you can either make the circuits there. And if you do that, then I'm going to need to run iron and copper up there, but I would rather not do that. So the other alternative to that is just make them down here, which I may take this whole area, take this all down, and just make blues right here. Because it's always good to make greens where you make blues, because greens are just to try to belt if you're making blues. So it can be beneficial to manage them better. All right, those are all running again. Now let's go grab my sweet armor.
Should be real close to the teleporter.
Yeah, I'm just dropping stuff off that I don't want. Just want to make sure when I take my armor off, I don't everything all over the floor.
Right. Because that's never happened before.
Let's put this down here and put all of this gubbins away. Oops. Turn my logistics off and do that again. And then take all of my stuff out of my thing. Can you get a little crafter going for logistics Mark IIs once those unlock? Because I know we're gonna need, we're gonna want a couple of those.
Is in personal roboports?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said logistics.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah. I lump everything together. It's belt and bots and it's all logistics to me. Just wait until we unlock the ability to research science pack productivity. Holy Lord, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a sweet amount of storage there. Let's put all those in there. Get our thing back. And we have another space for other gubbins. Which is glorious. But now look at me. It's huge.
Yeah. Kinda a couple feet.
Yeah. I would imagine my character's in the top part and the legs are all completely autonomous.
Yeah.
Alright, now we can actually make our way to Aquilo. The Aquilo shuttle. I'm going to send it to Navi. We're going to go pause thrust, Navi, and then turn off unload so it doesn't doesn't get to Navi and be like, here's all the stuff back. Like, no! It wants it. What we should also grab at Navi is we can puff it. We can manually grab it. I was going to bring some ice so we could start with some ice platforms.
Ah.
Yes, cat. Back in my lap. Do this all over again.
Of course.
Do it all over again. You're just so adorable. Why are you so adorable? All right. Let me grab these off of me. Drop them in there. Now it's 5 per, right? So we want to make these.
Yeah, we should have plenty of ball things for.
Yeah. I think we're going to be doing pretty good on that. And then I have, well, I usually, when it's slow as hell, I usually
Should have a couple of those coming out pretty soon. I had built 10 initially.
Yeah, it's 5 per cycle, which is
Yeah.
so each of these supports 25 robots now. So if I do 2 more, I'll be able to do 2 stacks of robots. Ooh, we're actually low on blue circuit. Probably want to run so you can get a few. You probably want to run to Navi and just pick up a handful of blue circuits.
Yeah.
There is my 4. I am now good for 2 stacks of bots. That's about all I ever need anymore, and it's just, you know, life in moderation. You don't need 20 stacks of bots on your side. And then I've got a space for, I don't know, other things. Don't really need anything else right now. Could do a couple like personal lasers, but those I can build on Navi. How are we doing on science? Still slowly crafting the science. What do we need? On okay. We're gonna go back to Navi. And unfortunately, I need to put all my bots in the system here.
I've got Mark III batteries being built here as well. Since it takes the superconductors or supercapacitors.
Yeah. There's a handful of things that and Tesla turrets are the other thing we're gonna need.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that. The ship should be here. No, why are you on Vulcanus? Oh, you're on Vulcanus because reasons. I need to remove that, and I need to remove that. Yeah, I can't. You can't tell it to go to a planet and be on non-automatic. It goes automatic as soon as you go to a planet. It's like no. I want you to go to the planet and just stop. Don't go anywhere. Just stop. So what we want is we're gonna redo this. Navi is going to be its only destination. And we are going to remove probably, well, we're going to add a condition, time passed. We're going to bring this up to here. We're going to remove all of these. We're going to remove that. So this will make sure, this green signal will make sure that it doesn't trigger. You know, if it does a lot of traveling, like back to back to back to back, the circuit will, the fuel will drain eventually, until I get like a huge amount of gubbins research done on the productivity of the fuel. Because yeah, you can do productivity on all the fuel and stuff. It's crazy. But we're gonna head to Aquilo because I really like to get there and start unlocking the things on Aquilo. So we have a couple days between now and then to hit a bunch of research, and I can get a bunch of logistics research. And this area in here, this whole big area, this is going to be the grinder. This is going to be where our quality grinder is. And we have little blueprints to quality grind, like all of the things. So it'll eventually just be full of crafters to quality grind stuff. And I might want to, I'm thinking about redesigning it a little bit, because with the recycler at 100%, we don't really need we don't need a crafter for the first tier, the common tier. We can just bring in, we have an entire mall. So if we need like a fresh amount of like chemical plants, right? We can bring them in from here and then just quality grind them up to whatever level and then use those. So yeah, it makes sense in my head. So everybody's probably like, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah. Well, when we get to there, you'll see. You'll see. Everything will make sense. It will all make sense. All right. This is good to go. And now personal logistics is off. Let's dump all of the things. It'll go all of the places. You said you had batteries?
Yep, it's right here. It's taking a long time though, but I've got one, so let me just toss it at you. There you go.
And I have a Mark II that I can put in there to upgrade right away.
Fortunately, takes 5 of the tier 2, and the tier 2s take 10.
10. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could spit some of these in there. That'll get her going.
Yeah, that'll.
Because I only ever have like one battery, because it's when you have fusion, you don't really need a lot of battery. Batteries are good for burst, like burst charging or laser defense or something. Really need. Okay,
yep.
I think we need to get on the ship. You can always teleport back if you wanna go on the trip with.
Certainly.
I don't have.
Is it Navis?
Yep, we're gonna be getting on to Navis. I think travel to the little shuttle. We
should be able to take off right away because I launched already too.
Well, I see when you land. You gotta wait.
Yeah.
The ship won't take off if you're pending.
Oh, nice. There's already 9,000 electromagnetic science.
Over 9,000.
Yes.
Okay, and then we want to add a station. Willow temporarily.
I adjusted things on Fulgora a bit. I prioritized the research over the supercapacitors.
What do you mean?
Well, so the electrolyte solution is I got it so it backs up a little bit before it sends it to the supercapacitors, because it was, the electromagnetic science was waiting for the buffer warehouse to fill up, or not fill, but 160,000. That would take a while. Obviously, it was producing some, but only like half of them were active at a time.
Trying to find
so I figured
what you're looking at, because both the science and the supercapacitor requires electrolyte. Like they both require it. So where did you see the 160,000?
Well, your warehouse, the turbo loader is set to 160,000.
That's yeah, that is going to insert if it's under 160,000.
Yep. So our research production would have been crippled until that started to back up. Because, like I say,
No,
only about half of
because
them were running.
it outputs to research regardless. That loader only.
Yep, but the electrolyte wasn't getting to there because it was getting absorbed by the supercapacitors.
Okay.
So
So
I
what did you
added
change?
the pump. I added the pump right below the thing.
Okay.
So it only outputs the electrolyte to the supercapacitors if there's 1,000 in there.
We just need more electrolyte because yeah.
Yeah, and I did help that some. Now it's running pretty good. As soon as we start getting more productivity, it should really
More productivity. That's always the answer. It's always the
Yes.
answer. And
And
we are on.
Raynish sent some hearts in
Oh.
chat.
Raynish, how's it going? We are on our way to Aquilo. Look at that. We are at Gleba. We're going to Aquilo. So we should be seeing some rocket shootable things and stuff here anytime. You know, at some point. These are all mediums. Somewhere in here is going to be a large. Where is it at? Yeah, I think it's a large.
Yeah, I think so.
There's on oxide, large, big. They're called bigs.
Big.
So yeah, there's the range of this. See how many rockets? 2. All right, I've researched enough to get it down to 2. That is about as good as you're gonna get at this point in the game, because getting it down to 1 rocket requires millions of science. Because you need a lot of you need the refined explosives at like level 17 or 18, and it is brutal.
I thought we calculated 22.
I thought it was still in the teens because it's
Okay. We can run the math on
I
it.
could be wrong. It's just like
So 2,000.
because the science, I mean, it ramps up. It doubles every tick. So it's like it. I think the very last one you have to research is like 16 million science. That's the last step. So if you backtrack, like how many levels that is, but I don't know the.
Okay, so you need 2,000 damage. The rockets by default are 200, so you need an extra 1,800%. Stronger explosives increases it by 50% per level, but the first few levels, I think, increase it a little bit. So from now on, it's 50%.
But you have
Can't see it like the previous.
the
there they are.
asteroids themselves have a physical resistance of 10%. So it's not a flat like rocket does this damage, this takes this damage. There's a 10%. You lose 10% of the damage
Yeah,
because of the physical resistance.
but we can get it fairly close. Yeah, so let's see.
So you would need, instead of 2,000 damage, you would need 2,200 damage,
Yeah,
technically speaking.
no, this is where he posts videos now and does the streams. Doesn't have a separate channel.
Yeah, I basically like the episodic form of content. Just people were not really engaging at all anymore. Very few views on it, and I enjoy streaming way more for interactions like this, where you can ask me questions in real time, and yeah, I do dev streams when I'm actively developing like vintage engineering and other mods. I do dev streams and test streams. This is just a fun challenge that I thought we should try. We previously did 100,000 science per minute about a year or two ago. I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe.
Yeah, but that was
100.
before Space Age.
That was before Space. And we accomplished it, 100K. Which wasn't really playable when you were researching, so they've done a lot of optimizations and changes. So this is going to be an interesting way of handling things. I'm hoping that it's a bit more efficient. Let's grab that and that.
So it should be 10.4 more levels of research, stronger explosives.
We're already at like
13. Well, technically we're at 12, because the next one to research is number 13. Ah, nice.
Alright, I gotta find a spot to place thingy McDougal here. Here probably.
All good if I drop down?
Yep. Clear.
Alright. Buggy probably doesn't think it's as funny, but it was hilarious the first time we found out that there was what's the old term for it? Spawn killing?
Well, it was your little landing pod landed on my head and killed me when you dropped down.
It was death. It wasn't me. But I mean,
Yeah, it was
either one of us.
Let's
could have
blame
made a
death.
mistake.
Yeah, that's what we
Yes.
do. I want to add. Like, how many visits now? Jesus.
So we got the crude and the lithium pretty close. Oh, there's the fluorine off to the west.
Yeah, you usually get
Not bad.
a little bit of it at spawn.
I don't think we've had it so generous on the lithium in the past. But it doesn't really need to be. I think the need for fluorine is higher than the lithium. Oh. When you're trying to get your robots to do something, it helps to have them turned on.
It does. Got to be careful about how we try to boot this planet up. So, I think you're just gonna leave again. Okay, and then we have all of the other gubbins. So let's drop pipes. These. We need those to start us. Pumps.
Planet takes a while to get going, so I'm gonna AFK for a little while here.
Oh,
Hate to
what am I-
abandon you, but I'm gonna be useless if I don't get something to snack on.
He's assuming that when he gets a snack, he'll still not be useless.
I hadn't left.
Oh, damn it! Ah.
But to be fair, I was thinking of adding the after useless.
Aquilo
And,
cargo.
I stuck around because you got another comment from Rainish.
Transport Fever. Really? Wow, I haven't covered Transport Fever in a while. That was a phenomenal game. I, love that game. I think I forgot heat exchangers. Let's check the Aquilo shuttle. Yeah, I think I forgot heat exchangers, which is kind of funny. They're kind of important. So yeah, this is why we have the teleporter mod, everybody, because I can just come down here and say, hey, I'm going to grab some of those. Maybe some more heat pipe while we're here. Maybe even a nuclear reactor. Just in case. You never know. You never know with this game what you're going to need. I am going to want to move this stupid thing here. Yeah, let's move this teleporter because I don't want it so snuggled up against that power there. So we need to put it down here. And then this. Okay, now we need to do it. And grab these. perfect. Do a request. For solid fuel. We're gonna need a temporary This is basically a fail-safe setup. But we are going to need so much more of this ice platform. Where would be a good... Probably over here. So much more ice powder. Like, insane amounts of ice powder. The water, fortunately, is going to need to come from ice melting. So we are going to need something like this, and this is going to be ice melt. Something like that. Which needs this, which wants uber ice. This, already got that done. So we need to kick this off, and like an idiot, I forgot to bring something, like, you know, something to burn right away. What I usually do to like prime the heat is I usually use a nuclear reactor, but well, let's just grab a whole bunch of rocket fuel. And start this. And we can put this in here. And this is going to heat up this thing, and it's going to heat up all of this gubbins. Like so. We need that. And let's grab somewhere in here. Like that. Now this has to get up to 500 degrees, right? So there is a inefficiency with this. If you use your power heat to heat your factory, you are far more likely to have a catastrophic failure of your power. Right? So you want to keep power heat and factory heat separate because they don't need to be the same temperature. Factory heat works at 32 degrees, right? So you don't need the heat pipes. So it's nice having this set up where, yeah, this you can heat this with the thing. You don't have to. I could bring heat in from another one of these just to keep these warm, because these only need to hit like 33 degrees or so, right? So if you do this, you can see it starts out at 15 degrees, which that's actually not right. This planet is much colder than that. It's literally liquid ammonia. I mean, we're talking like minus 100 degrees Celsius. It's like incredibly cold on this planet. So this is gonna take a while to build this up. Even with rocket fuel, it's gonna take a hot minute. Literally a hot minute. So let's prototype. Let's see. Let's drop that in there. I need to go grab just an oodles amount of concrete here. Come over here. Okay. Now let's get the setup here for the ammoniacal solution. So the ammoniacal solution is what the oceans are made of. So if you're wondering, like, the ingredients, 50 ammoniacal solution. That's the ocean. That's what you pump on the ocean. And so this gives you 5 ice and 50 ammonia. So we want a lot of these. Like, a lot of these. All right. And let's bring the belt. Wow, you don't use belts. You never ever use belts. Or not straight belts anyway. And this is why I brought so much heat pipe. Because you basically have to wrap your entire build in heat pipe. Everything needs heat pipe. Every little thing. And it's the heat pipe is all of the squares around it. So all of the squares around will get heated, even diagonal. So this will heat this. And I didn't need that at all. Then I want this to be on the inside. Like that. Okay. And then what we're wanting to automate is this, right? And this takes the ammoniacal. This takes ammonia and the ice that we're going to generate from here. And we are going to need this in a normal assembly machine. So let's get that. All right. This will at the very least heat this up, right? And then we want this. We want these to be wired in, okay? Because we want this to read temperature. We want this to enable when T is less than, say, 60 for now. Okay? And we can put some of these in here. Put some of these. Right? So it'll regulate that and spread the heat out and get it going. I'm pretty sure I brought a load of these. That's, there they are. This is almost ready to power. This is why it takes so long. It takes a while. Now I could probably like copy this, paste it in here, right? Remove this and do that. And so now I can probably just borrow some of these, throw them in here. Borrow some of these, throw them in here. And now we've got this. I can actually take these out, put them in here. Right? Because this is now gated behind 60 degrees, which it's at 300. And so this is now not heating all of this. This should be... Oh yeah, we have steam. So now I can bridge those two, and these are actually consuming heat. And these... stack. I know I brought a bunch of... So this needs the solution. The ammoniacal solution. And I think... Where do we want to do this? Right here. This is unbelievably slow. I don't know why they made ice platform take so long. I don't know why they did it. It's ridiculous how slow this is. So yeah, we're gonna need a solution for this. That involves like many of these.
Yeah, the craft time on that one is pretty long.
Remember, we need. Well, if I have those inserted there, I don't need these here. Which would help. I'm going to copy this and paste it as a blueprint because, believe me, we need a separate blueprint for all of this. Okay, now that we have a small amount of shit, what we can do, let's come over here. You always want to place your first roboport near the cargo bay, or the cargo bay, so we can do the logistics stuff. So basically, like, right. And then we're gonna need heat of some kind. Well, we could probably do it up here. Yeah, let's do it there. That'll peg those things out for a couple minutes.
Did you mean to have it unregulated for temperature?
This one, this is power gen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Well, yeah,
we don't need 1,000, do we?
Nope.
Enable
600's a good number.
when
Gives you a bit of a buffer.
T is less than. Yeah, whoops. I meant to do that, I swear.
Totally. Certainly didn't hurt anything early on.
Yeah, it took so long to get the power, or to get the heat back, up to where it needed to be. It was just like, it just took forever.
Yeah.
And then when it hit fire, it's just like whoosh. It just took seconds for it to get up to speed once I disconnected it from everything else. Because now this is just power, or it's just heat for power and a little bit of gubbins for, secondary support. So now that we have some power, we have a little bit of logistics. We got a little island of logistics here. We got a little bit of heat. I've already gone and grabbed like all of the concrete, so we have that. I've got a little bit of these going. I want to do modules and stuff, but for now, those will just continue. If we look at solid fuel, what is the? I think we need lithium. What is the next unlock? Yeah, lithium. The cryogenic plant. We need to make lithium plate.
Yeah. Which actually we have some to start with, some of the lithium. All we need to do is just smelt it.
Right. Yeah, we can do it. We can shortcut it. We don't even need that much. Let's just do a line. And then
Yeah, this planet really likes to mess with your head. All those setups you're used to doing, well, you can't anymore, because you need more space.
okay. Now, cryogenic plant. There it is. refined concrete, superconductor, because of course. You can you go grab a handful of those? Por favor.
Sure. Yep. I think we need some supercapacitors as well, so I'll grab some of them.
Eventually we will, sure.
Yeah. It's just too bad there's not built-in productivity for the cryo plants. So you could like build one in the cryo plant and get
Yeah, not
productivity.
having productivity is definitely a pain. Not having it in here. But that unlocked cryogenic science pack. Oh, I definitely want this to be the first. I know it's kind of paradoxical, but this freezing warehouse is, I really want it.
Yeah.
And then one of the things I did with my version of the productivity research for everyone, right, is the late game tech is based on the number of all the stages of tech that I have in the script are based on the number of science pack the original research requires. So if it only takes 3 research or under to unlock a recipe, that's considered early game. It doesn't matter what those science packs are, it's just the number of them, right? And then over a certain amount is considered late game, which has a different threshold of number of science packs. And so what I did is the late game productivity I made require all of the science packs. So we can't research lithium productivity until we get promethium, which is it's a little bit of barrier of entry. So you can't just jump into like maximum productivity right away. And what I was hoping to try to do is balance the productivity research as much as I can, so like people felt that there was actually worthwhile to get to, and then all of the science packs require all of the research. It just doesn't. I detect the word science and pack, and if it says science pack, I consider that a science pack, and that's why the research is universally, regardless of what tier it is all of the science. So you can't get any of these productivities until you get all the way through to promethium, because in my first couple of test worlds I didn't do that, and red science, as you know, like unlocks with no science, right? And so it was literally like red science 2, and it was like you were able to research 20 levels of red science productivity before you even got to green. Which was it made the early game trivial. Like it sped that up so fast, I kind of lost. It just wasn't that exciting. It was so much productivity. And then we want to limit this on like probably less than 20 for now. We are going to need to import blues. We're going to all the things are going to need to be imported. You cannot generate any resources on this planet. It all has to be brought in. Okay, so we have a little bit of a lithium start here. We just like right when I said that, smelted our last one. And we're out of blues, so we're going to need to import blues. Where would be the best place to import those? Probably Vulcanus would be ideal, but Vulcanus is the furthest planet away from where we are. It's hard to get. It's hard to like do that. I think
Lava would be nice, but at the same time, you know, if you expand your spore cloud too much, it causes trouble.
yeah, Gleba. I mean, it's nice, and Fulgora is definitely nice because it's basically free from a certain perspective. But we're using quite a bit. We need the resources that we get out of blues for all the other things. So that one's harder to justify. Navi, I think, is probably the best bet. I mean, we have 5,000 blues sitting in here right now, and we are actually recycling at this point.
And yeah, I'd agree. Navi is probably the way to go.
Yeah, Navis is we're just going to be ramping up production so hard on Navis that there's going to be a lot of production. So if we look at our Aquilo shuttle, now we want to set up. We're going to pause the thrust. We're going to remove Aquilo. Let's to make sure everything is dropped off here. Everything it looks like it is. So we're going to remove Aquilo from this, which is fine. Evasive maneuvers is just, this is here if damage taken, or we run out of rockets, or we run out of bullets. If any of those are true, go to Fulgora and just chillax. Just stop and don't do anything. Fulgora it's one of the nearest planets, so it's either that or Gleba. But if we take damage, then stop, turn around, and try to get back to a planet that we can maybe salvage the ship, because I don't want to lose the ship. Okay. So, let's set up on this planet here. We are going to want the planetary demand system. And then I think he had, was it an arithmetic or a decider? It was a
Decider.
So the decider is going to have the logistics input. And we want this each greater than 0. Output each. And this goes into here. And of course, I need to take this out. Unfortunately, add some of that. Okay, and then this can go in here. And this is going to set requests. Do we have... Can you go grab a storage warehouse, please?
Sure. The foundation is stuffed up at the moment because the ammonia is backed up. For now, I'm just gonna void it because I mean it's infinite.
Yeah, the next thing we want to do is get towards using that ammonia for the solid fuel. So I don't know where the hell that recipe is. There it is. So we need the crude oil. So go ahead and start a little setup for crude oil, and then we need to bring the ammonia. Let's see what crap. That is in a cryogenic plant. Yay!
Tried using the pump mod, but it says there's an obstruction.
Yeah, that's because there's
the solar right here.
No, it's if you select it and there's ammoniacal solution, that it sees that as pumpable.
Yep, but this also is covering one of them.
Oh, yeah, that was.
You cannot mix resources?
Yeah, this is because there's this ammoniacal solution right. So.
Oh.
Dear God, this is slow. Yeah, so if you do just the inners, you do just these, they work. And then we can manually do the other ones later.
Yeah. Nope. We're out of rocket fuel for this.
Yeah, that's why we desperately need to get solid fuel up and running, because the rocket fuel is mainly like an emergency. If it dies, we want the rocket fuel to damn. Okay. This has got to be like here with this.
Gotta make some alterations to this because of heat piping.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And I usually put in, like, you know, if I have to, a couple.
I'm avoiding connecting them so we can get everything laid out first and make sure we're not missing anywhere. Okay, I think those are all connected. gonna move the.
There's
insert.
one. There's one in here that's not. This one right here.
Ah, oh, here.
There you go. Now it's no. Oh, that one's got. This one here is now the one that's.
Shoot that one too.
We could take this away. Put it here. Oh, we move it down. No way.
Certainly is quite the puzzle. Oh shoot, we're still missing one in that spot. This one here.
Yeah, we could go.
We could output this one to the there.
Okay. Solid fuel is starting to be distributed, which means these things should start getting a nice supply. Why is this still... Oh, temperature. I set up the circuit condition, I just didn't set this to read temperature. Okay. This is literally like the starting, like where we are right now. Right, we just got to the point where the system can manage itself. Because right now, we're actually making the fuel that we're burning to heat up the planet and get everything up. So now we can actually start figuring out how to do all the things. Looks like Oz started down here with some gubbins. What is this resource? Lithium. Okay,
Lithium.
yeah. So if we make so you want to do something like this. And then we're going to want that fluorine over there. Oh, that's a tiny amount. What do you go get? That's not really going to help us, normally. I know there's other islands around us, but we're gonna have to do like train shenanigans to do that.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get trains going early on this one, because that's one thing that by the time we get to the point where we're like, hey, let's do trains, it's like, oh god, we'd have to strip everything out, and then we never do it.
Yeah. I think I made the islands far enough away where we definitely are gonna want trains. Like it's really the only way to do it.
For now, we should make a small little setup just so we get some of it rolling in, so we can get a few research, and then next couple days we can grind a lot of that productivity research out. Not to mention the foundation.
Hmm. There's just no there's no solution to this.
Oh, trying to get those? Yeah, sometimes what you're best off doing is just doing like an underground way over here, straight out of the machine.
Right, and there is a mod that adds underground heat pipe, which would
Oh,
be
that'd be handy.
very handy. I was trying to avoid going behind the thing, but these are just really bad. My brain needs to reset here. Yeah, that's how it was before, but I need a gap, right? You need a gap to get like there. Yeah, see that we can't do because this one's out. If you could like flip the side of the outlet, that would be so nice.
I suppose this would work. It'd take a lot more heat pipe to get over to here, but then you could do an underground, to span that gap.
That wouldn't work.
Why would this one work?
Because there's no way to get a heat pipe.
Well, it would have to be done all the way around, starting off.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid. That's what I was trying to avoid doing. So if we move this out one more square, right, and move this out one more square, and that does there, then we could come around this side and hit all of this from one direction. And then, that's gonna have to come up. Basically, to there.
all that rigmarole. Just for that. Painful.
And then when, yeah, this is not getting up to temperature, so we have to up this. Let's up this to like 80 degrees. And that should stretch this further down. Or we could rebuild one down here and minimize waste. But the heat pipes work pretty well. All right. Are those going in? Okay. Yeah. Lithium doesn't really pump all that fast. These early deposits are pretty bad. Hey, look at that. We have a full 150 ice platform.
Yeah. Should we unlock a few quality researches so we can start quality grinding some of the machines?
Well, quality grind, I want to do.
Or,
I want to start at legendary.
Okay.
So it's gonna be a while before we're able to. And that's really the main thrust of the Uber production. So we have a few research to just do before we do those. But the first cryogenic research I want to do is the freezing wear. That will be so helpful. As well as foundation. Foundation would be nice. And I even have a mod, foundation productivity. It adds a specific research tree for foundation productivity that's outside of the mod that I did, because what they did is they didn't actually enable productivity on the recipe for foundation. They added another research that affects the productivity. So those are two things. Those are different ways of tackling the same issue. But is there other gubbins that we could maybe do? Yeah, we just need some research. Even a little bit of research.
Yeah, fortunately it doesn't take the microprocessor things. It just takes the fluoroketone.
What we're limited by right now, everybody, is ice platform. That's what our limitation. If we had the ability to build, right, we could build the factory. But it takes thousands of ice platform to do that. Like, you'd have so little space to build on this planet. So like, we need down at lithium, we need a little bit of a craft for lithium brine or lithium, the gubbins. What does that take? Here, right? So that takes lithium brine, it takes ammonia, and it takes holmium plate, which is rough. So this little setup here, right? Now we've got the thing ready to go. Now we can say, okay, we're gonna delete that demand. Okay, now we're gonna do we want to do a request for Holmium plate. This launches 1,000 at a time, right? My base requests are a single rocket, and then we want to name this blah 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 Holmium plate. Just name it the icon because it's easy enough to do. And then let's do 2 rockets worth of that. 2,000. Right? Now we want to do... I have already Aquila support. Right? Aquila support is all of the things. And I'm pretty sure we want to set all of these to a stack size. Or a rocket. A single rocket. So let's set all of these to a single rocket. We're going to do rocket capacity 100. So we're going to do 100 there. Rocket capacity of 200. We're going to do 200 of those. We're going to do 300 of these. We're going to do 1,000 of these. All of these materials are all used on this planet, so none of these will go to waste eventually. But this will regulate how many of each of these is on this planet. So we got 1,000 of those. 500. Well, I'm gonna remove stone. Stone is unique because the foundations take way more stone than the regular crafts on this. So tungsten plate is going to be 250. Carbon fiber is going to be 500. Refined concrete is going to be 100. Rocket is 400, so that's already set. So now we look at this and go, okay, each one of these is a rocket. Now, the materials themselves will come from different planets, but this sets up each individual rocket will carry all of those. So let's say like 5 rockets. 5 rockets of all of these materials. Okay. So that's quite a lot. That's 2,500 tungsten carbide and 250, that's 1,250 tungsten plate. It's a lot of carbon fiber, but again, once it's on the ship, the thing will regulate itself with what's on the planet. So all of this material here comes in, it takes place in all this. Supercapacitors.
I think we need those for the microchips.
Yeah, I don't see those in here for the microchips. The quantum processors.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
I
I was certain we needed some, but worst case scenario, we just pull them back.
There they are. Quantum processors. Now, quantum processors use superconductors, not capacitors. Maybe. Let's look at the railguns really quick. Railgun. Nope. Superconductors as well. So, yeah, I don't think we need superconductors. Don't think we do. Let's look at superconductors again.
Well, we definitely need superconductor.
I think we're gonna,
I'm
or
not
not
thinking
supercapacitor.
the
Yeah,
capacitor.
I always
Yeah.
transpose those. We are gonna need a few of them. The one craft is the portable fusion reactor.
Yep.
We're still a ways from those.
Couple researches.
Yeah, just a wee bit. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss a request for that. So, this Holmium plate, we don't need this. Well, we don't need this on here. We already have this one. Okay, so now we have all of those. We can go back to the Aquilo shuttle, which already has that support on it, right? So now we need to pick which planets these come from and how many rockets. So we want to do like 4 rockets a piece on here, which means that these things drain out, you know, on the trip. We don't have infinite storage on this, and so having thousands and thousands of things, if you run out of storage, the stuff just sort of blobs all over the ship, and it's just nasty. So don't oversupply your ship here. So yeah, 4 of these is ready. So Vulcanus, Nava, Fulgora is rocket fuel. We might want this to be Gleba. We have we grow rocket fuel on Gleba. Low density coming from Vulcanus is fine because I think that's more ideal. And then processing units, I'm going to change to Novice. These have to be Fulgora. These have to be Fulgora. These, again, we're going to do Novice. These have to be Vulcanus. That's Gleba. This is going to be Novice. The concrete is Novice. And then steel. I mean, steel could be Vulcanus. It is literally free. Yeah, we'll keep it on Vulcanus for now. So there we go. Now we need to work on the interrupts. So let's do it by planet, right? Let's do it by planet. I think that'd be so Vulcanus goods low. We want item count those equals 0. Item count these equals 0. And this is going to be an OR. I think we want what else was Vulcanus? I think I made the LDS. Item count. LDS. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Equals 0. This, and this, and this are coming from Vulcanus. Any of these other ones. Steel. Item count. Steel. Equals 0. Okay, so if any of the Vulcanus stuff is empty, go to Vulcanus, don't unload, wait. I guess all requests satisfying, right? It's all relevant requests, right? All the it's not like it's going to go to Vulcanus and say, hey, I need supercapacitors. It's just all of those. So we can save that interrupt. We want to add Fulgora goods low. And again, item count. Holmium equals 0. Item count. Superconductor equals 0. So it's this and this. Anything else coming from Fulgora? I don't think so. This is Novice. This is Gleba. This is Gleba. Okay. So then we want to go to Fulgora. Don't unload, and then all requests satisfied. Save. Let's add. Novice. Goods low. We want I think heat pipe equals 0. We want blue circuits equals 0. Red circuits equals 0. And concrete equals 0. If any of these are 0, go to novice. We don't unload on this trip to novice. All requests satisfied. If this triggers, we're only going to novice to grab things. We don't want to drop anything off. Because we could be dropping off things we need to take to Aquilo. So we probably are going to want more than one of these ships, right? Because the Aquilo trip takes a while. So you want, like, we probably maybe, once we get it all finalized, we probably want like 3 of these. Just because they're going to be in various, they're going to bounce around to various places. Or we could have like this one delivering all of the goods, and then a separate one just to bring the science back. That's an option that we can do. But I want to get the schedule done and then save it out so I don't have to redo this next time we play. Okay, so that is heat pipe. Okay, so this, yeah, novice. I wish you could like mouse over this and see. That was this. So Vulcanus, I think, was... Yep, that was Vulcanus. That's novice. That's novice. That's... Okay, now the last one is... Liba. Goods low. Okay, and then we want... rocket fuel. Equals 0. Or carbon fiber. Equals 0. Go to Cleva. Don't unload. All request sets. Okay. I think that's all the products. Okay. That's all the things that we need to bring back to Aquilo for funsies. Now we need we want the Aquilo Science low. Okay. And we want item count Aquilo equals 0. Go to Aquilo. Don't unload this time. All requests satisfied. Okay. Well, let's add this. Okay. I think we need to add an Aquilo destination because it goes to Vulcanus. Well, we need to go to Aquilo to drop it off. Right? Just going to Vulcanus and loading up, we'll go back to Navi and just sit there. Or we need to unload. Because believe it or not, this will also, if we go to like Vulcanus and grab stuff and go back to Navi, it's just going to unload it on Navi. It's nothing will ever get to Aquilo. So we need to add Aquilo and unload. Time passed like 10 seconds. Come on. Right? Unload here. And it may or may not request some more science. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it'll come in here and unload what it just picked up. And I wish you could copy and paste. Like, I wish I could just like copy this. But now we need to go here and do the same thing. Willow, unload. Time passed. 10 seconds. Save. This. Willow, unload. Time passed. Save. And leave it. Willow, unload. Time passed. And then this one, just go to Aquilo until your request is satisfied. Now, there is a, let's see, what does it take directly to make the science? I know it takes holmium plate. So the gleba here, we want this one to allow interrupting other interrupts. What else? Can you look at really quick the ingredients for the cryogenic
plant?
the science pack?
Oh, science pack. I think. Just gonna check here just to make sure. Yep, 3 ice, 1 lithium plate, and 6 fluoral ketone. But of course, you get half the fluoral ketone back as hot.
And what step needs holmium? Oh, the holmium is the lithium. Yeah.
Yep.
Lithium plate. Okay. So, fluoral ketone. What is there anything surprising in there? I think it's stone. Isn't stone used?
Nope. Solid fuel, lithium, fluorine, and ammonia.
Okay. Stone, I guess, is only used in the foundation.
I think so.
Okay. We'll have to deal with stone. Bringing in huge loads of stone is tough because we don't have bigger cargo right now. I may want just a stone delivery ship because it's like 20 stone per foundation, and so you chew through it really fast. And you know, the trip between Vulcanus and Aquilo, I'm basically gonna want just a back and forth, just bounce back and forth and just grab as much stone as possible. So I won't worry about that right now. And okay. So we need to go. Well, if we just start this, it's gonna go to Gleba first. Because this is the only one that allows other this is the only one that will interrupt other interrupts. So it'll go to Gleba first. Okay. So let's just trigger it. So it'll go to Gleba. It'll grab Gleba stuff. Or should I have done Fulgora? Fulgora is the one that needs. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I did the Gleba one. That should not. Anyway, we can go whatever. It is what it is. Gleba and Fulgora are both equal destinations from Aquila, so going to one of those first is usually a wise idea. And there's definitely mods. There's mods that add more planets. There are mods that reshuffle the planets and the distances between them and make it much more of a puzzle of like what planets do you hop around and how do you manage that. There's a mod that makes it so that like distances are a little bit more realistic, because if you look, right, Fulgora and Gleba is 15,000. This is 15,000, and this one is 15,000. So how is that possible? And how is this one 30,000 and this one is 30,000 when this is a closer planet to the, like, this should be 45,000. This should be 30,000. Leave it a Fulgora. This should be like 90,000. Like, this is a long ways away. I know that these are just where these are is whatever, but imagine if the planets actually revolved, or like, imagine if the planets actually moved and the distances changed, like, and your ship had to like catch up to a planet. You couldn't go through the sun, so it had to, like, that would be crazy. Get like a circuit signal condition detecting the distance, like the distance of the thing, and don't go to the destination if the distance exceeds, XYZ. I wonder if they actually talked internally about doing something like that. It would not surprise me if they did that. How are we doing over here? Ooh, looks like we are
various things.
Looks like we are.
Pretty much all you need to do, I think, is just load some fuel into there, and it should all trigger. Oh, and link it up over there. Actually, to the lithium brine. Also, one thing that has not been done that should is that we need to load excess solid fuel into a heating tower with no limit, or sorry, with a limit on the amount of solid fuel we have. So if the solid fuel exceeds, say, 1,000, then just dump all of it into a heating tower.
Right. I would rather do that where there's power that we could pull from.
Right.
Doesn't matter how hot it gets, it generates power. Okay, so you need the ammonia coming in somewhere. I'm guessing you wanted to do little outposts for that.
I was thinking of the ammonia. Yeah. I mean, you can just do like a single chem plant. I think feeds enough for all those, and then dump the ice into a provider chest.
So these
because
are
we're
all
gonna be chewing up
5
some ice.
5 ammonia a piece. Yeah, these are 50. So if we want to go down or up, maybe up would be the better option.
Or just plain to the side. That way you don't have to worry about it as much.
I always worry. So we would probably want like something.
Yeah. I'm also prepping fluorine. What I was thinking of doing is just barreling it. The fluoroketone. Or can we only barrel the cold? Or can we?
Fluoroketone. No, I usually only barrel the cold so I can rocket it up and use it. I usually try to create systems that are, whatever we use, we push back in. I usually never barrel like the hot to go back to cold, and I don't ever do that because you go through a lot of it, and if you just
it's for like the production, because it gets produced as hot. That way I don't need to run a pipe all the way from up here down to there. Or, well, down to wherever our science production is going to be.
Spider chest. I do not speak Spanish, Raphael. I apologize. My last Spanish class was 9th grade in like 94. Story. Oh, I see words that I understand, but I don't know what some of them do. So, if you can translate, great. If not, I would have to do it, or have us basically copy and paste it into the Googles.
I suppose that would be the easy way to go.
Duplicate object. Duplicate objects in the blast room.
Interesting.
Do you what are the steps? What are the steps to duplicate? Shouldn't be able to duplicate. Got a little hangnail. I have to trim this nail, guys. I will gnaw off my own finger if I don't trim it.
Yes. I understand you there.
Yeah, depending on the steps, like the blast furnace is a tricky little beast because the ore melting like ingot system it's a little bit quirky. I kind of wish it was a little bit like Minecraft, where it was just like, hey, you put a piece of ore in, you get an ingot out. Like, I wish it was like that, but it is not. There we go. That'll save us a little bit of power. We were tickling the edge of power.
Ooh.
And yeah, there it goes. Where else can we?
Perhaps we should do a power setup up here. That way we can pipe the solid fuel just straight up there to get consumed.
Yeah. The thing that the problem is we don't have enough ice platform. Right? I would love to just start just building out. The problem is we would be sitting here twiddling our thumbs for 3 hours while we wait for the one at a time a platform to be made. Like, it just takes forever to get that stuff made. So it's a pain in the ass to wait for that.
We got an update from. Oops, dang it.
What? So if you have like 10 iron ingots in output, you put 10 glass in, it'll take the 10 glass, melt it down, and then you'll have 20 iron ingots? Is that, do I understand that? Am I understanding that? 'Cause if that's the case, that's an hilarious, like, you'd think I would have tested that, but when I got it working and it actually made what it needs, what it actually should have made, I was just ecstatic. I just didn't want to touch it after that. I was just like, I don't want to break it.
That sounds like crazy talk. There we should go. I freed up some of the platform, so we got 500 of it now.
Wow.
I overbuilt these just so I could, not worry about having them while I was placing stuff down. Of course, we do still need to do the flow ketone here, but that's not as big a deal.
Wow, there's a little lone fluorone.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I usually bring that into the base because fluoral ketone. Somewhere in here, there it is. Yeah, it uses the ammonia. So we need to bring fluorine back. Otherwise, we're gonna have to ship ammonia there, and like all the things. So I usually bring it back, although.
Well, the ammonia can be produced on site.
True, that is true. But again, I try not to barrel fluoral ketone because it's just like
Yeah. Fair enough. We can branch it off of even off of this initial pump here.
All right, Raphael. That I've noted the bug. I appreciate the report. It's funny that nobody's reported this up till now. The mod has been actively played for 4 months now.
Maybe everybody's already found it and they don't want to mention
Right?
it.
Nobody's reported it because they're like, shh, don't tell him. But yeah, that I will definitely prioritize that to get fixed for the next public release. Progress has been non-existent on the mod, and I apologize to everybody for that, but a big part of it was just pretty much it comes down to I just don't have the confidence or the knowledge to implement the next big feature that needs to be implemented, which is the multi-block system. Like, I could hack it together and try to make it work, but there's a component of it that's like rendering the like a transparent version of a block that I don't even know how to approach that. Now somebody did in my Discord suggest color coding the block highlights, and you just have a certain number of blocks and you just color code them, and then you just highlight the blocks with the color, and that tells people what it is. And I might, as a bridge feature, I've been really thinking about that, and as a bridge feature to get my, I want to say get my juices rolling, but that's just a bad way to put it. But just I need to get the ball rolling again, right? When I get ahead of steam on developing the mod, when I really get rolling, like, then I get a lot of momentum, and I get a lot done. But getting the confidence,
snowballs.
Yeah, getting the confidence. Like, I going into it, I designed the feature with somebody offered to help, and they offered to do the feature. And so I designed it. I had an idea of what I wanted, and they were confident that it could be done, and they were confident that they could do it. And so I was like, all right. So I designed the feature, I have the design document. You can go online and find the design document for it. And I designed the whole thing around what this person said that they were able to do. And I got the design done, and they walked away. They didn't want to help anymore. And they were more interested in, I don't know, working on their own mod. And the excuse they gave me was I didn't have enough design documents. And I was like, I literally made a design. What are you talking about? I designed this entire feature with a design document because that's what you wanted. And so I was really frustrated with that. It just kind of burned me, and it was like, I would have loved the help. I would have loved the help, but it's hard getting other people like as passionate about the mod as you are. So I understand the desire to like kind of do your own thing. But like, I designed this feature with their skill set in mind, not mine. And so now I'm gonna have to reset my mind a little bit, because I really lack the knowledge to do the feature that I wanted, that I envisioned it. And that really it just crippled my momentum. It just completely crippled. Look at that. That research actually finished. That is amazing. What do we need? None of those are possible because they all require me. So I so wanted to start researching these. I was like, oh, I can't do it though. We could start going down the processing unit although I really want to make sure that we have electromagnetic science as crazy momentum as we can. So is there something that I can research that would help electro science? Because yeah, this would be very helpful. So what do we just don't have a lot.
Electrolyte.
Okay, electrolyte. Thank you.
Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. get that to 10. It's going to be a lot of science, but we have all of those levels of science. We have many, many. So yeah, I'd be really curious to know if when I fix that bug, if people comment like, "Damn it, I was using that." I was using that feature, right? I was using that feature.
Oof. We're gonna have to start setting up voids for circuits and copper plate on Fulgora.
No.
And
Say
plastic.
Say it isn't so.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, 180,000 plastic. Woo, boo, 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 boo. Yeah, we're gonna need Well, okay. How about this? How about with the reverse factory? Oh shit. Okay. With the reverse factory setup, we implement that for things that we're low on. If we get low on something, we can use the reverse factory setup. Everything else, if we're not low on it, we can use the regular recycler, and that will help balance like a little bit better. Because right now we're just recycling like copper cable, and gears, and like we have 87,000. We have 3. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need more legs. Stupid things. I want many, many more of these. So we're gonna want an extra 100 stacks. We're gonna grab a bunch. Okay. Are we doing lithium? Is this actually functional? It is. We have lots. We are not requesting buffer. Yeah, this little setup here. Good to go. Lithium is coming down here. Ooh. So why are you building this down here? As a just a curiosity.
Yeah, it can be copy and pasted anywhere it needs to be. Only reason I made it here is just because it's closer to the lithium. But yeah, it can be moved.
Well, the raw lithium is being made out here, but not the smelted stuff.
Yeah, but we could smelt it right here.
Oh.
Since it's closer to the source. But I'm not married to this position.
Yeah, I was just like
Only engaged. Set date and everything.
fluoroketone hot. Let me just look at the recipe. Solid fuel, lithium, chlorine. So we do right here. Okay. Ammonia. copy this, flip it. It's just the further you go away, the more ice platform we're going to need for the full setup. I'm just trying to utilize as much of our platform as we possibly can. And then the flooring we can bring in over here. I would have done that. And then if we skippity doodah over all of that. Skippity doodah is, by the way, the technical term.
Oh, good. I was worried there.
We go here. Okay. Now, we have this, so we're going to want how about right here? Let's check in on our lovely Quillo shuttle here and see what the hell is what is it doing? Okay. It's heading to Vulcanus. Okay, it's heading to Vulcanus. To load up on the Vulcanus things. Which means we probably have a load of gubbins from... Yeah, we have... I don't know how much of this... We... This is 4,000. Because we already have. Okay, it's working. Yeah, there's 22 holmium there. Excellent. We may need. I mean, there might be enough storage in this one warehouse. This is why I like the warehouse mod, because having all this crap in chests would be really freaking annoying. Let's grab the rest of the bots. And we can put the rest of them. We want to keep 2 stacks for us. Let's do... Yeah. I'll just put a stub out here for the hot, and then do our usual thing with a pump wired into there.
Oh, I was crafting the hot here too, but
Well, again, I'm
'cause you,
trying to build it up here to try to take advantage of as much
Yeah.
of our platform as we can, because we just don't have a lot of platform. And then we have this is only when hot is less than.
yeah, it doesn't even need that much. So low amount is plenty good. And I think the ratio is pretty crazy. It takes a long time before you actually need to make more of it.
Well, as we get Uber, it's going to be
Oh yeah.
more and more. So it's just it is what it is. So
That's strange. The science has a big dip. It was going at 561 and now it's down to 280-ish.
the reason, yeah, the rail support foundations was a 30-second craft.
Ah,
So that was you get twice the speed, right? So now we're back to normal govens.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's when you see that, just wait until we do a 15-second craft
Yeah.
or a 15-second science. It blazing speed.
Okay. So I'll need to. Should I integrate the cooling of the fluoroketone into my design?
We are going to need
Or-
it in more than one place. So I would make it I wouldn't integrate that for that specific craft. I would integrate a central place that it all can go to get.
Okay.
Because yeah, it's going to be used in several crafts, and we're going to want to be piping it around. So we're going to need like maybe a little bit of a mini bus to bring it back to the tank. So this whole quadrant of the base will be, fluoroketone crafting gubbins. Okay, and then we will grab a little bit. Five is not enough. 7. Okay, and this needs solid fuel, lithium. It's the ore version of lithium, which is great.
Yeah.
Or we want solid fuel. And we want to grab the thing. And then the ammonia. Right? Oh, yeah. Cooling. we probably want... Let's see. This isn't an opportunity. Dial this back. Oh my god. My fingers don't know what the hell they're doing these days. Like, it will just randomly hit a key and be like, oh, you want to do this? No, I don't want to undo. I want to cut all of these. We're going to move this out a little ways. And this is the return for the hot, I think. Yeah. Put that there. And then the cooling... Well, what do we want? Do we want to do... How about we do... I want to put this away. I'm just going to put this over here first. Cooling, I think, is just straight up like 10 in, 10 out every 5 seconds. This produces 50 every 10 seconds. 5 a second. 5 seconds. Yeah. But again, I want to treat this like... This at least one. Always leave yourself a gap. Always have a gap. Because you never know when you're going to need, like, the things and the stuff here. Or we could do this on this side. Like this. I've been trying to build it so if we need more hot, we can build a little bit more there. If we need more cold, we can build a little bit more there. So maybe, maybe, and this is kind of, maybe we could have the cold come out. And go under here into a tank. And then we can okay. A little convoluted, but what isn't in this planet? This planet is all about convolution. Always leave yourself a gap. Broke my own rule. All right. Then over here we have, this is where the cold is. So we take this design from us here. Take this and say, okay, if the cold is coming in from the top, put this here. The hot, we can actually return on the other side. So let's take these and go, well, let's think about this for a second. Take these down. Let's do that, do that. Cold is fine. That can be taken off like that. And you can go to the next one and the next one. These can stick out like that. We want probably a heater dude over here. Power. Thank God you don't have to heat power lines. Oh my God, we're actually crafting a science pack. It's like a minor miracle. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? No. What happened to my... You little bastard, blueprint. It just cleared my blueprint out.
Oh,
I don't know what I hit, but damn it. Let's do this right here. Actually, this has to go here. We want to copy and paste this. That'll work.
well,
Why-
good to hear, Raphael.
Yeah.
And thank you much for that report.
Yep. It's always helpful when somebody takes the time to report how bad of a program it is. Very much. It is, honestly.
Yeah.
I want to... Ooh. Fancy animation. We have a trickle of science. It's very little, but this is a copy pastable design. Let's get another set right there. Not all the copy paste because I wanted to do that. Grab this. And look at that. It just doubled. Oh, God, it's so painful. 0.1 per second. That is...
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Like, our baseline at home is like 3.5. This is 0.4 total. This is rough. We need to up a little bit of temperature here. Maybe 7. Get that last little tidbit. And then we can do another one for the next set. Those are power.
Usually by this stage of the game, we're heavily into productivity modules.
Yeah, usually
Rebalance
productivity and speed is where we're at here, but yeah, this is... This is a different monster. But we have science, and that is good. Let's put a limit. Let's just use logistics. Science is less than... Well, no.
Yeah, Raphael, if you've never played Factorio, highly recommend. This is one of my all-time greatest games.
Yeah, I have more hours in Factorio than any other game on my Steam. Like, I have just shy of 3,000 hours. I have played... I've gotten my money's worth on this game many, many times over.
Yeah.
You can get it on Steam, or you could buy it directly from the developers, of course. But
Yeah.
yeah, Factorio.com or on Steam. It's just Factorio. We actually did it. We actually found somebody that has not heard of Factorio yet. Like,
I think I just had one of those achievement earned things above my head.
Such a high achiever. Okay. Yeah, this we can ramp up. Like, these are using producing 4 a second of the fluoroketone. These are using 0.6. So for every one of these, you can have 5 of these. No, 6 for every 1 fluoroketone, and then you get 3 of it back. So yeah. Oh yeah, we have to return. I haven't returned the fluoroketone. Here we have this one coming in right here. And this goes up and in here. There it goes. That pushes that in. Which, because it's over 1,000, now shuts, or over 2,000, it shuts this off from making fresh steel. So, and then we want to make sure we're saving a little on power. Now, probably want to do like Haas's power thing. Where do we want to do that? Over here, maybe? Just basically copy this.
I did put an inserter in there to ditch a bunch of the solid fuel. I'll pull that out when you paste a new one down. And we're actually backed up on foundation. Should I remove the restriction on that one? Because as far as it goes, we don't really need a limit, I'd say.
Oh, it's only 1,000? Yeah, we want way more than that. I would have used a warehouse if I had the room.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of foundation, let's use a little bit. There's actually a mod that if you don't place concrete under everything, it will melt what's underneath and it'll collapse. It'll collapse the structure. Okay, let's grab this. This here.
I removed the inserter that was there for excess fuel. Because I figure you'll probably do it elsewheres.
So what we want to do is this setup. Oh, we need the thing included in that. Instead of being limited by temperature, this one needs to be this is going to be a problem. We need
I just do both. Do one for temperature and then one for excess.
No, yeah. We don't care about temperature. Right? This is to void excess. So we want only to connect this to the logistics network and say when solid fuel is greater than, I don't know, what's a good one?
2,000.
2,000?
Yeah. Because the container holds 2,400.
So this will just run. The reason I did an is if we're using a lot of solid fuel at some time, this will stop, freeze, and never start up again. So we need this to be heated a different way and not connected to this, because this needs to be isolated. Because now when we set up rocket fuel, right, that's going to use a ton of solid fuel, and we don't need that. We will probably need an extra solid fuel crafter. Probably need. If you want to stretch that lineup and do like 4 crafters total,
Sure.
That would probably be good there. Okay. And this one is fine to heat all these inner ones. This is, we want that. But yeah, this is for eliminating that. And yeah, we're gonna need another heater up here. It's stretching these lines too long, it just is super wasteful. So we can just slap in another heater somewhere up here.
I'm reworking where the oil is, so it'll come
Okay,
up a
I'll
bit
leave you alone. I've tried finding a good void pipe, but I don't know. Some of the implementations just have not been very good. So why is this not going down? Oh my god, I did it again. Right, control click. Don't control click an empty square, please. Brain. I still have so much ice on me. There we go. I think that ice has been sitting in my inventory since we landed on the planet. Space Age, I think if you buy Space Age, you get Factorio. The way they set it up.
Really? Oh.
I think so. They set it up as a different SKU. So it's like you can get, if you already own Factorio, you can get Space Age. If you get Space Age, it includes Factorio. I think you want to verify that. That the listing for Space Age isn't just the DLC, that it's the full game, and you'd see that in the description or whatever. But if you go to Factorio and you like look at the listing for Factorio, does it list it as a DLC, or is it a different thing? I'm not 100%. It's 100% worth it, by the way. We are right now playing in Space Age, of course. We are on a different planet. Highly recommended. You can play through the vanilla game, and you don't even have to. Space Age is literally like a mod that you add, so you can remove it and just play like vanilla game. Get used to it, understand it. This is the planet, by the way, that you start on. This planet here, right? So this is the planet you start on. Iron, copper, all the things, everything works. And yeah, you'd have to go back to the very first stream to kind of see the beginnings of it. Which, if you're curious on how to get into the game and how to learn it, then that's definitely where you'd want to go. We cover on the very first stream. We cover all the mods that I'm using, the mod settings that we're using to try to get to the achievement, not achievement, to try to get to the goal. And yeah, it's fun times. And we did the previous stream set we did in the game was an achievement run, which is a pure vanilla run. So if you want a pure vanilla perspective on how we accomplish certain things, the achievement run was brutal. Brutal. But yeah, that's out there. You can watch that stream series. Again, recommend that you don't jump into like the last one, that you actually start from the start, because otherwise you'll just be completely lost and overwhelmed. And I don't want that. So
Oof. I think that'll work. I just got to get the inserters down, which is going to be a bit of a struggle with all the shenanigans that have to occur.
I would do this that way, so you save that. Yeah. I was trying to find a way to...
Oh yeah, conveyor belt.
Since we got, all of the gubbins around here, now this one is going to do that, that, that.
I removed the restriction on the inserter here, because it's something that we're gonna always want to output, regardless of how much there is. Because we got this one to sync it.
Yeah, we have a sync for it, but what we need now is a rocket fuel setup.
Yep.
We need a way of getting the science off the planet. We have a total of about 400 science. I'm gonna grab send science, and we are gonna go back to Navi and set up the crazy shenanigans here. Okay, so we want here. Well, I want to copy this, paste it here. And we're gonna want one more. This one's gonna be cryogenic science. There. We want cryo. So this is going to be cryo. We're going to want 100 all of the things. And there's the 1,000 science for cryo. Which I apparently already did. Oh yeah, I did. Because I put it on the ship. I made sure the ship had it. So that requests the cryo. Now, yeah, I could put all of these in one line, but then I couldn't use this on the ship. Like, you could just... Yeah, it would just be more shenanigans. This, I can't set the filter on this yet because reasons. Can't set filters until you have it unlocked. All right, we have 24,000 electromagnetic science sitting in here, which is glorious. We have so much of the electro science. We can actually remove this and get it fully on the belt, ready to rock and roll. Because believe it or not, this is not even close, not even remotely close to how fast we're going to be able to do this. Whew, that was a lot of science. Okay. We want to add this to here. Right? And then if we probably just do sidedness on there. Just in case. And then just introduce it to the base. Get all the labs. That way we can have the 400 science in here. I've been forgetting to add these up here. How much is the freezer tech? It was 1,500? Yeah, it's 1,500. I want to do that. When, what's the timing? Let's like quintuple cryo research. Just so I can get the freezer tech up and running. Basically, let's copy the whole enchilada. Paste it. This is getting a little expensive on the ice platform, but that's okay. We actually have quite a bit. Right.
Yep, we're hitting the point where we can start ramping up the use of it.
Really interesting when if you have something happen on this planet and everything sort of freezes over.
Oh yeah.
It's really interesting when you load up with fuel, you get to the planet, whether you have the teleporter mod, whether you have my teleporter mod or some other mod, you get to the planet, everything is frozen over. Nothing is moving. It's really satisfying to start booting everything back up again and get the planet back to factory status. Because it's like you get a little power set up, you get a little thing, you start warming up the factory again, and it's literally warming the factory up, and everything sort of comes back to life. It's just there's something really satisfying about it. It can be catastrophic when when nothing is working, but it is fun to get it back up and running. Yeah, none of these doesn't look like we have any more modules. So that was another thing I wanted to get up and running with modules. At least speed and efficiency. Speed and efficiency would be nice to have at level 3. Quality, we could research like all the way up to legendary. I mean, yeah, we don't have the science right now, but we could. And I want to wait till legendary to actually start mass upgrading everything, because then the Uber it gets crazy fast. Because if you look at this, crafting speed at legendary is 5 versus 2. So, and then you add modules onto that. Oh, it's and then a beacon on that, and a quality beacon, which is even better. Like, the stuff ramps up so fast that you make your head spin, basically. Oh my, it's so slow. I don't remember the science being this. Maybe it's because we always pumped at full modules, but Jesus.
I'm guessing so.
It's so slow. I don't remember these being this slow.
I think we also very much overproduced.
Is that even possible? I don't know if that's even possible. But yeah, I'm gonna have to end the stream here. I am hungry and my voice is starting to get scratchy. And I really don't want to get sick. That would be bad.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a little extra work on this planet. There's more stuff to research. I want to get the freezer done, and I'm gonna have to refactor. It's basically going to be this, only with a freezer. So it's this setup that we covered right at the beginning of the stream. I covered all of this. So it's going to be this, only it's going to be a nice big freezer unit. I'm going to be able to ship more stacks at a time, right? It's going to be the same system. It's just bigger volume. What I should do is I should edit because the capacity of the freezer and the fridges, the capacity of them is affected by a config value. So you can set custom values. I think the freezer defaults to like 200 stacks. And I'm like, 200? No, how about 1,000? And yet these do 1,800 stacks. So I either want 1,800 stacks to match the warehouse, or we go with a quality freezer, right? Which affects the storages. Or both, or all of the above. But anyway, eventually we're going to have warehouses and storage for, a few million science, because when you're doing 1 million science a minute, you want at least a minute's worth of science ready to go, right? So yeah, all the bases are just going to start like ramping up their production levels, which should be fun to watch. And then Fulgora, we've barely scratched the surface of what we're going to be able to do on this planet. This is a trickle compared to what we're going to be able to do once we start getting grinders going. Now, grinders, if we look at, say, the electromagnetic plant itself, right? So I have a blueprint for quality grinders. Right? And so here's my blueprint for quality grinders. It's all parameterized and everything, but it's messy, and I don't like it. I want to redo it. Because it's just like, it doesn't tile well. It's all sorts of discombobulated. So I've got one for a Quillo grinder, right? I had to have one of these because trying to convert my other grinders for a Quillo was crazy because of all the heat pipe and stuff. So once I had it built, I was like, I don't want to do it ever again. So we have a foundry grinder, we have an Aquilo grinder, we have this one which I want to redo, and we have a regular crafter grinder. And again, I kind of want to redo these, but not 100%. But yeah, that is going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I appreciate you coming by. No dropped frames today. We had 600-something thousand dropped frames on Saturday. 0 dropped frames today. So I guess the YouTube gods were smiling down on us today. Why in? Oh, we're out of stone. We are out of stone. Oh. Did we not get not get stone? Oh, we do. Iron ore. Do we have a use for this on this planet? Not really.
Oh yeah. No.
The stone
was-
stopped because the iron ore filled up.
Yeah. Probably just void it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's things we could maybe do about it, but
Well, rather than... iron ore. And then we can take a side load from that. We're going to filter this brick. I thought I had a bunch of void chests here. Where am I going? Up here. There we go. Get that electrolyte flowing again. There. Now it's going. It's happy again. Yay. Okay. I know I just did my outro, but again, thank you all for watching. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself today. Consider being a patron or channel member, joining us on these lovely multiplayer streams when we have them. And yeah, subscribe if you're new to the channel. And I hope everybody has a great rest of the week. And see everybody back here on Saturday, where we are gonna... The production is just gonna... it's gonna start ramping up fast now. But we did 2 different planets today, which is great.